download it at night because it would max out the internet connection. And my parents couldn't load their emails while I was downloading it. So I could only download it at night. And it took me about 3 to 4 weeks to download it. Were the few so that was before, like, because it was like Battlefield Hardline where shit started going off the rail. Bigfoot is in DF? Yes, there are Sasquatches in DF. They can be in any forest and they're relatively rare. George, hello. But thank you very much for that level 3 hype train chat. It takes an extra $10 in bits or 2 subscriptions to level it up. Make that 1 subscription. Ahuna, thank you very much for the 14th month. That's a year and 2 months. And also Twitch chat, you can say hi YouTube if you like, for the VODs. No, but it has minecarts that are on rails. Eh? 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 It does. Does that count? Hold on a second, gotta do a thing real quick. All right, recording enabled. Welcome back to Fortress Cloudthunder. Which maybe we should rename to Fortress Lava Forest.
Darius Cardron cheered. X500.
Darius, thanks for the $5. Much appreciate you. I will enable Dwarf Redemption in a second. Hey, YouTubes, I'm gonna play favorites for a second. If you're watching the YouTube stream and if you are a YouTube member, the first YouTube member to say hello gets a Dwarf. Am I a fan of Quantum Stockpile? Yeah, I use it. I use it for certain things. I don't use it excessively for everything, but like, where is this Quantum Stockpile? Like, there's one. There's one. Boulders and blocks. I mean, I would say Suited you could have it, but you can just like name yourself on Twitch too. So, anyway, this fort is currently entirely based around 2 major themes. The first one is this dude. This is my stray Baron named Rem, who's stressed. We need to work on his stress. But Baron Bem, I have an animal training partner. Your pet died? Oh, whoa, okay. Okay, that's funny. So, the dwarf that had been training Rem died. Where's your body? Oh. Huh. That's funny. That's really dark, but also really funny. Wow. Anyway, so our Baron, who's upset because his trainer just died, is a gremlin, has a scepter equipped, a pretty nice one too. The hype train needs an additional 8 subscriptions or $39 in bits. But thank you very much for the hype train. How do you even get a gremlin as a citizen? So you have to catch a gremlin, and they're trap avoid, which means you have to catch them with either a webbed trap or by knocking them into a trap. The way I got him into the fort was by using this contraption down here. This. So the way this works, well, currently it's full of crundles. The way this works is when this lever is pulled, then this collapses, which also it looks like it needs to be pulled, actually. Anyway, when this lever is pulled, this collapses, which falls directly down and is very unlikely to actually kill whatever it collapses onto. Where did I end up? Yeah, there I am. Which is very unlikely to actually kill whatever it collapses onto. And it lands right there, and then knocks whatever pulled it directly backwards into a cage trap. That's what it does. Biff Pixel, thank you very much for the 12th month with Prime. So that's how that's how you catch a gremlin. Once you've caught a gremlin in a cage, you can train it like any other character. Once they're trained, you can let them out of the cage and they'll run around your fort and start talking to people. And they learn skills by hanging out in guild halls. They learn social skills by wandering around and talking with people. They only have competent ambusher by default. And they eventually pick up skills. They can never be assigned labors. I don't... Actually, can they be assigned as a work animal? Wouldn't that be funny? No, they can't. They can't be war trained or anything, and they have thoughts and needs. They can't wear clothing, but they get upset that they can't wear clothing, which is tough to deal with. And then they eventually ask to join the fort and become a citizen. When they ask to join the fort and become a citizen, they can be elected mayor or assigned as a noble. So I appointed them as baron. In their personality, they have no item preferences. So he likes native gold, black diamond, horse hoof, and when possible prefers to consume goat cheese and mead, but has absolutely no item preferences, so he can't make demands, which is great. I need to make him a tomb, though. So yeah, that's where we currently are. 45 seconds left on the hype train, which needs 7 subscriptions or $34 in bits. Regardless, though, thank you very much for the hype train. Also, if it isn't obvious, we had a minor flood. What happened was I set the entirety of the surface on fire, and it caused a tree to collapse, and the tree collapsed into here and into here. And the tree collapsing caused water to flood down, directly into my fortress right here. It all dumped the water right there, which caused a bunch of dwarves to drown. Yeah, it was kind of horrible. Very sad story, that one. So, unfortunately, I've lost a dwarf. Because all barons require a tomb. It's just the mechanical requirements for a baron. It doesn't matter if they're immortal. Like, you could have an elf baron and they would still want a tomb. Or a goblin baron, and they would still want a tomb. So, the plan for today is a few things. One, the fortress is sealed up. I will open it up during the next summer, but right now I'm building this. This is 2 separate, going to be lava-safe drawbridges. I'm going to build 2 more right here as well. All of these are going to be connected to a similar lever as the water trap that we had previously, and I am in the process, it's not ready yet, of draining out all of the water from all of the reservoirs, and this is going to be moved from water into lava. Although I'm going to try and figure out a different way of filling the lava, and the reason for that is I'd rather not randomly dump lava into my fortress. As for reservoirs and stuff, the lava comes in from up here and then goes over here down into here, so I'm just going to make a separate direction for the lava to go. I could just use this pump and just make it go like, you know, over to like, where is it exactly? Over to here, essentially. We could easily do that. That's a route we could go, or I could pump it a different direction, but I don't really want to be using this reservoir anymore. So, I'm going to enable Dwarf Redemptions, and we'll figure out a way to get a dwarf named in the YouTube chat. It's unfortunate that there's no members around, but, you know, hey. I don't really ever have any perks or features of being a YouTube member. You know, if there happens to be one around, I'll give you a dwarf. All right, Dwarf Redemptions are now up. I will read through the dwarfs who are named. The named dwarfs in the fort are Napalm Havoc, Zudica, Crab Swagga, Stiletto Sid. Oh yeah, we also have a dwarf who's a were creature in the fort. Glass Half Empty, Orc, Spud, Lord JJ, Lanix, Merlin, Amber Dragon, Sol Invictus, Connie of the Wolves, Celistaris, Shadow X, Cross Fortune, Blaff, Suit of Souls, Kadranos, Creed, Gizmo, Amethyst, Tired Poet, Claiborne, Arthur E. King, which is a funny name to me for some reason, and Volkadav. young kiddo, who is how old now? "13. Yeah. Did you die in the flood? I want to say you died in a goblin siege. I think you were one of the dwarves that got caught outside. But a lot of dwarves did die in the flood. Yes, it is back up. What kind of dwarf would you like, Jasper? Although I'm just going to name them Crow instead of Jasper so that they are noticeably different in legends. Do I have any fisher dwarves right now? I might, actually. I have a fish cleaner who's a male dwarf, so then military? We could go with Reg. Could go with Logan. Not that upset. Also not that upset. Let's go with Logan, the Spearmaster. J. Crow is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others. And also, as a reminder, Tier 2 subscribers, you guys can... He was first after you? Well, someone has to nominate him, though. Because I'm holding pretty tight to my rules here, Suited. But Tier 2 subscribers can nominate people. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and tends to think before acting, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and lives a fast-paced life. Likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and has little interest in joking around. Often is cheerful, though she remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Sees the pursuit of good craftsdwarfship to be a total waste, and sees merrymaking as a waste and values tranquility and a peaceful day. Dreams of mastering skills. She's proud after teaching kicking, wants to pray, acquire objects, and do other things. She's a great spear dwarf, and how many kills does she have? She killed a giant thrips and a giant gray langur. Yes, Cousin Creed is still alive, yes. There is something else I want to check. There's a bunch of forgotten beasts on the map, and I can't remember where they all are. Right, okay, so that's you. I just want to, like, locate all of these. Right, yeah, this is one slugbait that could end up in my fort, so I've locked the doors. So we have to deal with that one. This one can't get to me, but I should probably also deal with it. And Ramu is stuck. Ramu has webs, right? No, deadly dust. Wait, I'm sorry, what? His head is gone? Oh, his hand is gone. Okay, I was gonna say, what? How are you not dead? You never got an update on the Beast of Sky? You mean the one made of brass? I think it's dead. I haven't seen it in a very long time. So Suited Giraffe would like to give Tony Sandman in YouTube chat a subscription. I'm kind of trying to go for, like, just YouTube watchers, Darius. But yeah, your dwarf is dead. I'll give you a dwarf if you insist. The brass quadruped with webs. Yeah, I think it's dead, because I haven't seen it in a while. It's not on the list anywhere. Also, did I not make you... Because Artifact Child died and then got thrown violently down into... Or died after getting thrown violently down into the toilet. Did I ever... Yes, I did. But, Twitch chat. Do we nominate Tony Sandman to have a dwarf? Yes or no? It is up to you. you were being a smartass. I mean, if you really want one, I'll give you one. Because you do qualify. It would be unfair of me to not allow you to qualify because you do qualify. I'm also just going to go along here and do this. What genre of music is the bad Cloudthunder in? Ooh. I'd say it's either, like, definitely one of those manufactured power metal bands on, like, Nuclear Blast, or it's, like, some ambient electronic side project of some other band. It's one of the two. Also, like, why did YouTube charge you $2 the other day? I found out why. Anyway, Tony Sandman, what kind of dwarf do you want? Twitch chat's got your back. Also, hello, Idiosyncrasy and Anon4. You have a stupid idea for a fort to ruin the world with a flood of were creatures by capturing and making more and then releasing them into the world in batches? Yeah, you could expel them. That would... I could see that. That would be fun. It would be like an evil... It would have to be in a volcano. This is an idea from Anon4 in YouTube chat. It would have to be in a volcano, and you'd have to be an evil villain. You know? Like, that's like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of like a James Bond villain. You know? Like, we are going to ruin the world with were creatures! Wah! And you also have to have like a very good laugh. You saw Were Tapier last week? Was it a Were Duck Tapier? Or was it a Were Gorilla Tapier? Because I've heard good things about Flex Seal. I don't know. Got a siege operator. Unlikely, but possible. I got a siege engineer. I do actually have a siege operator. Does that work for you? Boo? Yeah, I know, I earned that. You're doing that with dragons, just selling dragons to all the factions and watch the world burn? I mean, hell yeah. You still want to do a necromancer fort if the game is about entropy? You just want to be the entropy? Yeah. I mean, if you need ideas, that's what my cult fort kind of was. Tony Sanddorf. Tony Sandman. He's very happy and optimistic, always slow to anger, and has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. He's currently more fearless and he pretends to present himself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and I need to cough. This cough is getting better, it's still just intermittent. He is slow to trust others and often feels discouraged and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he has a greedy streak. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, tends to think before acting, and looks like there's some giant birds attacking. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, tends to think before acting, and is a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and doesn't seek out excitement. He is polite and ambitious, he is polite, he isn't particularly ambitious, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful, thinks friendship is important and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. You are a weird dwarf. Likes calcite, black bronze, fire, opal, clear glass, rabbit bone, and the color pearl. Earrings and ballista arrows and chickens for their scratching. Snails for their shells and the words of the Cyclopean meditation, and the sound of the gem of silver, and when possible prefers to consume mackerel and beetroot wine. I'll have you know, I had a beet-infused mead once recently, and it was very, very good. It was also like neon pink. And he has somewhat greasy hair, which is straight, and a pretty luscious beard. He's friends with Lord JJ and Krav Swagga. Welcome to the fort, friend. Also, I need to move the camera slightly. It was better for the other scene. Oops, that's the wrong direction. Let's go this way. That kind of made it worse. There we go, that's better. All right. What's the goal for this fort? Stone just posted it, basically. The goal for the fort is pretty simple. It's, I need to construct and satisfy my Lord Gremlin, who is a baron in the fortress, and we are also at war with way too many goblin factions, and I am only using artifact weapons as defense. So that is that's the fortress as it currently sits. Also need to make sure that all of the dwarves are in this, except for the Baron, who's in his own zone. I'll probably just turn up the priority on this and get it done. This is going to be the Baron's, what's it called? Throne room? And then this over here is going to be the Baron's tomb. I just need to actually construct it. But currently there's a lot of construction tasks happening. Also, these are happening. Speaking of these, I'm also going to do this. Dolomite, because it is lava safe, as well as Dolomite, because it is lava safe. Whoopsies. No problem, Kendrick. Happy to help. Yes, the burrow does cover all this. So we can get all this stuff removed and moved to where it's supposed to be. What are you waiting on here, Dwarf? Needs setting, dressing, setting. So bone doctor? What's the status of my bone doctors? I have 2 of them. Yay, I put that artifact child to rest. Artifact child was the first child born in the fortress, which is a bloody shame. In memory of Artifact Child. Killed by a flying object? I'm not totally sure getting, like... Well, I guess it is. Because they got stuck in my entry trap, fell down the drawbridge into the water, and then got sucked into the, like, drainage tube? Also, what else do we have here? I'm wondering if there's any other named dwarves. Maghukit went missing. Oral, Etur, Momas, Kib, Obak. Who is this? Killer Jam. Drowned. Yeah, and then that's the only named ones with slabs. Do you know if the cavern floors are going to go back to colored floors depending on what the stone color is? So you know what's funny about that? There is a very loud vocal minority of players who play Dwarf Fortress who hated that floors were the color of the stone that they were. And a lot of the feedback that Dwarf Fortress has gotten in the past has always been from the Bay 12 forums. These people are very loud and present on the Bay 12 forums. And even though I personally believe that it's a very hefty minority of people who didn't like that, they were loud enough that that feature got removed for this version and changed so that it's just flat color. And now there's like a very vocal, what feels like a majority of people who are like, hey, this sucks. I wish that we could, actually not have that as a feature. And according to Tarn, they're going to make it a toggle, but none of that's going to happen until Adventure Mode is out. Let it be colored if it's smooth. I say vice versa. I think that if it's smooth, it should lose its color. Personally. Let it be colored funny. Give me your glimmering caverns. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, right now when it comes to fun colors, all we really have for fun colors right now is the... Why is the granite not working? That's bizarre. Let's do... You know what? I'll just do a gold tile right there. Yeah, there we go. And then I'll engrave it. We'll make that into some sort of statue or something. And speaking of statues, I'm going to make a gold statue. Let's make several of them, of our glorious mayor. Ram Was it Rem? Yeah, I think it was Rem, right? Gremlin born 681 of unknown parentage. That's my gremlin. So let's just make 4 gold gremlin statues. One of them is going to go in here. What block do I have the most of? A lot of siltstone. Siltstone and diorite. Let's do diorite for these walls. That's probably somebody being memorialized. Oh, Solon has been missing for a week. Well, that's not good. Also, I just noticed that the game is lagging. Don't have, like, something getting stuck, do I? Let's see if I can just locate that body. Because usually they're just at the bottom of this list, if they're visible. Cavern on fire? I mean, the cavern should be locked off. No, they're not. Actually, no, they're not. Wait, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So yeah, it's possible they're in the caverns somewhere. Because I have to deal with that forgotten beast, which should be right here. You know, if you don't move there, buddy, I'm just gonna prep this. Just see if I can drop it on him. Because this is definitely not a terrible idea to complete. Let's just make sure this is all in the burrow. Yes, it is. Is this in the burrow? Yes, it is. Okay. Because if this guy doesn't move, which he may not, I could pretty easily kill Slugbait. To be a more solid color like the smooth stone floor. Yeah, I don't know. The walls are colored stone. Yes. You think it should be consistent with that? I agree. I mean, I was flabbergasted when that feature was removed, and I was like, really? Like, they decided to do that? Why? So, I'm definitely on the side of, like, why would you remove that? But they did, and it's just a fact of the matter that they did. So, but Tarn has, like, realized that that the feedback he gets from the forums is not necessarily representative of all of the opinions of Dwarf Fortress now. Also, this all needs to be removed. No. This all needs to be removed now. They can take the more direct pathing route. I think I'm also just going to fill all of this in along here. Because as neat as it is to have a river running through the fort, I don't really need people drowning. And because I'm going to have more pathing here for a little bit, it's actually better to just have this. I'm thinking all the way up to here. I can remove this and then we'll leave or cover this stuff up, but we can leave some of it consistent. This stuff is all getting slowly worked on. Yeah, as long as the population doesn't drop anymore, we're probably okay. Although, shit, what was the name of that dwarf? I should probably memorialize that. Let's also eat a bunch of bears. Let's do stray bear. Okay, fine, just bear then. Because I've got plenty of bears. Should probably also just increase the number of meals we're making. Yeah, what was their last name, though? Not memorialized, entombed. Okay, so it would be you then. Actually, you know what? Let's just go all the way along here down to here. I'm gonna fill this in a little bit. I may have to cough again in a second. We'll see. Not necessarily going to happen, but here's hoping I don't. This is, like I said, just going to be the glorious Baron's tomb. Let's go up to there. Up to there. Over to here. And over to there. Also, I need to apologize to Claiborne, I think. So once he goes offline, I will send him a DM. Causing a bunch of nonsense in his chat earlier. Admittedly, I'm very amused by it, but feel kind of bad. What else do we have? Let's just do Siltstone for the rest of this. Well, at least for the middle bit. Only have 18 left. So I'll do a chunk here. And a chunk there. And we'll do Dolomite for the rest of it. One of your dwarves inherited a baron title and another account title. Will they ever leave to reclaim their lands? Nope. They are residents of your fortress. So you have to satisfy them. Because residents of a fortress can be the baron of a different fortress. Technically, my gremlin baron isn't the baron of this fortress. My gremlin baron is the baron of Ink One, which is a different fortress, which I captured. So if they inherit a title, they're still citizens. Here's the thing, Zalfernide. Games like this will always have FPS issues. And you want to know why? Because every single time the game gets an optimization, or a performance upgrade, or an update that makes the FPS better, players just make their forts bigger. So, in version 47, at least on my computer that I had at the time, it wasn't really reasonable for me to have a fortress that was bigger than 185 dwarves because it would be unplayably slow. In the Steam version, I can comfortably have 400 dwarves in the same frame rate that I used to have at 180. Does it run fuckloads better? Absolutely. Is it going to 100% solve all the FPS issues? Absolutely not, because people will just build bigger fortresses. It's like Cities Skylines, the original one, not the second one, which just runs bad as far as I know still. The original one, where like, if you left everything on default, ran totally fine. The second you started changing things and building bigger than the game was designed for, it ran like shit. Or the second you started modding it, it would run like shit. So does it run significantly better than it did in the past? Totally. Does it run perfectly? No, because players will just make it bigger. And I think it's like unreasonable to expect a game like this to run perfectly, because that kinda isn't possible. Because every time it runs better, people will take advantage of that. I'm gonna start making a cage full of baby cougars and selling them, I think. Yes. So does it run better? Yes. This version runs significantly better than all of the previous versions. Between the experimental multi-threading and everything else, will people complain that Dwarf Fortress runs like shit forever? And is it kind of a stupid thing to complain about at this point? Yes. If the game runs bad for you, adjust your settings accordingly so that it runs well. And that's on you. Dwarf Fortress is extremely stable and runs very well in its current state. And complaining about it is a little bit silly. But will it sometimes slow down door crawl? Totally. Unfortunately, the way Dwarf Fortress is programmed, multi-threading is kind of redundant in a lot of cases, but I recommend if you're interested in that, go read either Putnam's posts on the forums or go listen to my interview where I talked to Putnam about the subject, because I'm not technically inclined to be able to explain exactly why, but the way Dwarf Fortress works makes it a bit redundant to multi-thread everything. Although there is a df hack command that basically allows the game to use more cores. And let me just put it bluntly, it breaks more stuff than it's worth. So the extra 10 frames a second, not worth it, in my opinion, because you'll lose fights because a dwarf's arm disconnected. Multi-cores is more for rendering, not for video game use. Xylium, thank you very much for 10 months, by the way. I was babbling when that popped up. How's the gremlin doing? We'll check in on the gremlin right after the game's finished saving. Currently, I'm making the gremlin their tomb, and I am making the gremlin's throne room pretty. The gremlin was very upset recently because their first bonded dwarf died, who was Cole the doctor, who was the dwarf who was keeping the gremlin trained. But we are currently working on improving their quarters. Apparently they have 2 sets of modest quarters. I need to give them better quarters. They need their tomb, and they need a better study assigned. So we are working on all of that. Is uncontrolled fire spread at times? Yeah, uncontrolled fire spread can absolutely like break the game's frame rates. But yes, that is like extinguish all, clear smoke if you're using df hack, or just simply wait for the fire to burn out if you're not using df hack, and that doesn't generally take that long. Because if it's a recoverable frame rate dip, it's not FPS death. And fire will eventually burn out in all cases. Even if it's in the caves, it might just take a little longer, though. All right, so that is assigned to the gremlin. You know, actually, I was going to make this into the gremlin's tomb, but I think I'm going to make this into the gremlin's dining room. What bars do I have? Let's do... Ooh. Three steel tables and 3 steel thrones. Let's do that. And that can be for the gremlin. Let's do 4. And let me just place these. Oh, this is interesting. These are statues of my gremlin king. It must, or of my gremlin baron. It must be like images of him taking power because they're images instead of what's it called? Just a statue of him. But I'm curious as to what they drew them into. So this right here is going to be a dining hall. Actually, you know what? Let's do a 50-50. Dining hall and bedroom. We'll do it that way. So you, modest study. This can be assigned to, we'll give it to Gizmo, the chief medical dwarf. Not that you need a study, but modest quarters can be assigned to anybody else. Rooms, other modest quarters can be assigned to that baby. Gremlin, just needs a tomb, but he's got 2 dining rooms now. So this one, this can be assigned to the captain of the guard, who needs one anyway. Perfect. You don't need the 14 times blood-covered stuff hogging up your toaster's PC CPU cycles? That is using... Okay, so, like, that specific thing that you're mentioning there is using such a small amount of your CPU, I don't fully understand why it's a problem. For full transparency here, like, I don't really... I don't get why that's an issue. Because that is such a... Like, if it was a large portion of your CPU that contaminations were using, I would agree with you. But contamination specifically is a very, very, very small portion. Like, very small. What uses a considerable amounts of CPU is what dwarves can see and if dwarves are stuck. So if the dwarves can see a lot of... Okay, I've got somebody else who's been missing for a week. Suxul the wrestler. It's definitely some dwarves got stuck in the caverns, I think. But there are things that can cause the game to come to a crawl that are simulation-based, right? Things like fire, as an example. But contaminations and temperature are so minuscule. Like, unless you are playing on a CPU from 2006, like, disabling that function completely will give you negligible frame rate increases. I think the problem is people hyper-focus on the wrong things with Dwarf Fortress's optimizations and say and feel that other things should be fixed when they don't really need to be. So a vile force of darkness has arrived and is seeking a parlay. I'm going to pause the game because an ad is about to run. So I'm just going to let the ad run. And then when the ad is finished, I will unpause the game and we'll talk about what we're going to do with this parlay. I am going to go top off my coffee and take a piss. I will be right back. Also, I left my coffee on the counter. All right. The game runs so slow that you don't have enough time to play. To me, that sounds just like you are building fortresses that your computer can't run. So, like, first recommendation is turn down the population limits. Second recommendation is turn down the visitor population limits. Third recommendation is build on smaller maps. Build on smaller worlds. Don't play on large worlds. Play on, like, medium-sized worlds. Like, is it a gripe with the game, or is it a gripe with the settings that you were using? Because this always reads to me like a problem with the settings that you're using, not necessarily a problem with the game. Because Dwarf Fortress is a game that will run well if set up correctly on any computer. right? Like this could be a situation where it just straight up won't run on your computer, but it's not that kind of game. So it'll run, certainly. And boom, minus 30 FPS. Okay, well, I have a suggestion. Number one, if you open up the caves and suddenly have minus 30 FPS, go here, go to standing orders, don't collect webs. Because by default, every single dwarf is gonna be like, huh, webs, I need to go get the webs. That's a lot of pathing jobs you suddenly just queued up. So if you have like 20 looms and 100 dwarves, suddenly there's 20 jobs where they all need to path into the caverns. Second piece of advice I have for caverns is go to game, or rather go to difficulty, go to custom. Scroll down to cavern dweller maximum attackers and cavern dweller scale. Set these to like 3 or 4 or 0, because that is the biggest source of lag from the caverns. And just disable it, because suddenly the caverns will be fine. Because yeah, you'll get crundles and stuff, but you won't get the stealth units that show up and stay stealthed, because that will impact your frames. It's just a matter of setting the game up in a way that it works. It's not that the game is over simulating things. It's that the game has a lot of default settings that will slow your game down, which are perfectly disableable. I don't worry about vegetations and liquids. Like that's not, well, I mean, that's not going to change anything. Like that is just going to be negligible. What you should worry about are living entities, because living entities is what causes frame rate to drop. Like vegetation, that's negligible. Liquids, that's negligible. Unless the liquids are flowing through your fortress and like causing half of your dwarves to not be able to access a portion of your fortress, that will hurt your frame rate significantly. But liquids existing, it's fine. You just found out that you had a 50 FPS cap enabled? I think that's the default, isn't it? It's either that or 80. Yeah, I mean, like, if you limit your frame rate, yeah, the game's gonna slow down. So, like, the thing is, like, Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox, right? And it's nothing like Gary's mod, but you can break Gary's mod because Gary's mod lets you break Gary's mod, right? Dwarf Fortress lets you break Dwarf Fortress if you want to. And the default settings, unfortunately, allow for the game to break itself in some cases. So with some tweaking of the default settings, specifically that cavern dwellers and the automatic collecting webs, which I should probably re-enable because I need that, and the automatic collecting of webs, will allow some fortresses, if set up in certain ways, to immediately brick itself, or if you have a lower powered PC. But I like that the option is there. If the option wasn't there, Dwarf Fortress would be a lesser experience. But because the option is there, that is a net benefit to Dwarf Fortress. Like, it actively makes the game better because the option is there. Like, this would be an inferior experience if the option wasn't there. So, I don't know. I mean, like, you're absolutely entitled to disagree if that option damages your experience. So there's some Gerbins right here, and I want to kill them, so I'm going to kill them. Just need to find the bridge. Which I think is, like, kind of way out of the way, isn't it? It's, like, all the way down here. Because I cannot remember where the lever is. There it is. And then these goblins are just going to sit here. And then in a moment, they're going to have to deal with some lava. Enjoy your warm bath, goblins. I mean, I've never used that CPU, and I'm not a tech guy. I use a Ryzen 7800X3D. I think a Pentium 2 is fine for Dwarf Fortress as long as you're okay with populations of 30 or below. Any CPU is good for Dwarf Fortress as long as you set your game up accordingly. So, you know, any amount is good for Dwarf Fortress, but it is entirely up to your own settings. It's gonna get kind of burny up here again. Stuff's gonna start caving in again. So hopefully it rains. Here's the recommended setup for Dwarf Fortress: 64-gigabyte or 64-bit processor and operating system processor deal. Yeah, I mean, because that is the minimum amount to run Dwarf Fortress in a playable state, right? But people see these fortresses of 500 dwarves and they go, I want to do that. And it's like, well, is your computer capable of doing that? Because some are, mine probably can. And also, what do you define as playable? Like, do you consider 3 FPS playable? Because on paper, that is playable for Dwarf Fortress, right? Like, this game doesn't need to be running flawlessly to be considered playable. Like, minimum playable state is different for every person. Minimum is much lower. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, Dwarf Fortress will run on Windows, like, 98. Right? It will. Not well, but it will. I should install current Dwarf Fort on my Windows 98 laptop and stream it. I should do that. I should really do that. You somehow always have problems with too little drink? I mean, that's usually a farming bottleneck issue. There's a number of things that could be wrong there. It could be too little farming of the correct resources. It could be too much farming of the wrong resources and not the right resources. It could be, what's the word? It could be, like I said, farming resource issues. It could be the wrong things assigned issues. It could be, yeah, it could be a rather large number of things. I know I'm being kind of, like, cagey here, but, like, that could be a lot of things. You could be cooking your drinks. Yeah, by default, drinks are set for cooking. Which currently I have them not set to be cooked, which is this button. So if I enable this button, then they can use it as, like, marinades, basically. You could have all of your brewable ingredients set to be cooked, which is this button. Not everything is brewable, but a lot of things are. Trying to think. It took you a week to discover that you were cooking drinks and killing the seeds. You know what's funny? I intentionally cook a lot of seeds. Like, intentionally I do that. All right. You need a cabinet. Baron needs a cabinet. And a bed. I'll give you 3 copper cabinets. There you go. Now you just need a tomb. You also need your dining hall over here. Ooh. Got so many random thrones. Let's do 2 bronze. And then we just need to make him a tomb. Which I'm gonna put right here. Oh no, that's all aquifer. I kind of want to dig it down a level. If I channel it out, I can do this. So we'll do it this way. Just make sure that the layer below is also in the burrow, which it's currently not and is about to be. And also I need to make sure that our Baron can get to here. You didn't know you were cooking any of your drink? Yeah, no, I think Dwarf Fortress is just, like, full of a lot of noob traps, which pretty common for this type of game. Certainly not uncommon for this type of game. But could it be better? Most certainly. You've been mixing pigtail? I should actually, I need to get higher variety of foodstuffs, because right now it's really bad. Actually, let's just type in cub. I'm starting to make animal cages for use as a trade good. Mayor Gremmy's taking a mayor nappy. Seems to be probably happy about his bedroom, I would hope. Wants to acquire something. I need to assign another craft to him. Because the only things I've been able to get him to pick up permanently are crafts. I also need to check in on that Forgotten Beast, see if it's moved. Let's just go down to it, which should be right here. Fuck, it's moved. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a slightly bigger cave-in. And hope that I can just hit it. And then down here, just gonna plunk in this out of whatever's close. Go back here and plunk in a lever. Uh-oh. Man, these cave-ins are like kind of dangerous, actually. Not a huge fan. I'm always winning, Raygoon. Yourself? Here's the 2124 and despite triple graphics. I mean, come on, the year 2124, all humans are going to be dead. We're not going to be playing video games in the year 2124, but I do appreciate your optimism. But video games are a going concern still. Is it a dragon up there? No, I just simply shoot lava at things. So the goblins arrived and tried to fight me, and I fired lava at them. So I set the surface on fire with lava. It is being done intentionally, but you know. Maybe not entirely intentionally. Let's go over to here. Where's my Baron? Or not my Baron, my bear spot. There's my bear spot. My grizzly cage is going to go right there. I'm also going to go over to pets and livestock and say cage. There we go. We got 3 cubs in it. And just start training all this stuff. I don't know actually if I can get to it. I currently can't get to the ones in the caverns, I don't think, so the Crundles are probably off out of our reach, but I can slaughter these. I mean, here's the thing. Burning trees doesn't destroy the trees. It just destroys the leaves on the trees and doesn't kill the tree in Dwarf Fortress. It probably should, but it doesn't. So the result is causing forest fires does not upset the elves at all, which is kind of funny, actually. Everybody presumes it does, but it doesn't. Which has always amused me. Very much so. Nope, it cannot make the trees fall. It does not count against your, like, forest fires does not count against the tree. Like, something on the surface has collapsed. This isn't this tree collapsing. This is the branches falling off of the tree. The trees are all still here and will grow their leaves and branches back. Like, fire doesn't kill trees in Dwarf Fortress. It probably should, but it doesn't. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. They're all the way over here. Should also unforbid this book, which means I'm going to go over here and open this. I'm going to watch them walk in. Let's actually do that quicker. Okay, they're just going to go pick up equipment and whatever. Society flourishes when lawbreakers are punished. Do you value the law? Slow to hate, not creative? Well, you must. This Galen cunning is indirect and worthless. There's a negative view of those who exercise power of others. So no, you would not like being in the military or the law, but it's interesting. You were wondering exactly what fell through the roof? Yeah, it's branches, basically. I mean, it's the same thing that caused a flood in my fort. Right? Is I had a branch, like, fall through and cause a collapse. All right, so let's do this. Solon was found dead. Wonder if a dwarf is going to do it anyway. No. I'm just going to forbid this body. Actually, I'm going to forbid everything that this dwarf had. Looks like Solon died to an agitated giant bird. It's a bloody shame, that. Got dwarves running out here and immediately fighting with the giant birds. I'm actually just going to send my squads, or just one of the squads, out to here to help defend. So I do have a bunch of dwarves running outside for one reason or another. Oh boy. A were-camel has arrived named Zexpulgus Gasol Backstut. Has come. A very large camel twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow amber. Its black hair is very curly, and you will know why you fear the night. Why is it right now? Why right now? Why right now? All right, it's actually pretty far away. I'm going to follow it. It's going after a stray cow, and it killed it very quickly. It's now fighting with Crow. Okay, I'm just going to tell my military to fight it. The problem is Crow is dizzy because my military is very, very cave adapted. The Spearmaster scratches the were-camel in the lower leg, tearing the muscle. Bites the Spearmaster in the right foot, tearing the muscle. So Crow has been bit. Sorry, Crow. But it is bleeding. An artery has been opened by the attack. The Spearmaster stabs it in the lower leg with her spear, tearing the muscle and bruising the bone. The were-camel falls over. The Spearmaster attacks, but she scrambles. Attacks the Spearmaster, but she scrambles away. The Spearmaster stabs the were-camel with her spear, tearing the muscle. Blocks. It gets several shots blocked by the were-camel. The Spearmaster stabs it in the lower leg, tearing the muscle. And the dwarf says, "I've been injured badly." They continue fighting, and Crow gets the kill. But Crow is now infested. So Crow is going to live. That is a fact. But Crow needs to have a new task now. Going to move Crow to the militia captain of a different squad. And I'm going to tell them to go out here and rescue this dwarf. But I will say, Crow here is a hero. Crow here is a hero. So round of beers for Crow. I will try and keep Crow in the fort, somehow. Somehow. But first we have to rescue Crow. We do have a whole month to get their injuries sorted. Also, I think I need another bone doctor. Because this dwarf has been here needing setting for a while. Actually, am I out of... Not out of splints, no. I am out of soap, though. What I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to go across here. We're going to seal her in. Because she will regrow her limbs. Wrestler? Oh, we found that wrestler dead. Oh, I was wondering where that dwarf died. Okay, well that answers that. That's awkward. Welp. That's awkward. How do you get a doctor if you don't have one? You assign a dwarf as one. You first need to assign a chief medical dwarf in this screen. Once you have a chief medical dwarf, then you can make a hospital. And then under the hospital, you can assign doctors specifically. Although keep in mind, any dwarves will do basic doctoring tasks using the ability Orderlies. Also, that was poor timing, Monsieur Doctor. Bomb Wreck here is now stuck in there with her, but she's still resting. But once you have a hospital set up, then you can manually assign doctors. But, like, keep in mind, you'll want quite a few of them. There we go. And I will go into here. I'm just going to type in peasant. I will assign a few of our peasants as new militia dwarves. It's got to learn somewhere. I have two questions before I answer this question, Kage. Why do people want movement smoothing? It would actively make the game harder to watch. The jittery movement is something you don't notice after you've played the game for more than 90 minutes. And movement smoothing would actively make the game harder to follow and would require lower frame rates in order for the game to be playable. No, is the short answer. Because it would require almost entire engine rewrite. So it's something that's crazy that people ask for it, and it would actively make the game harder to watch and play. Make some people motion sick? This is the first time I've ever heard this in my entire life. But I'll believe you. But I've literally never heard anybody complain about that in my entire life. Keeper RL movement looks amazing. Keeper RL is almost unplayable for me because of its smooth movement. So I had to disable it while playing it. So to you, it might look amazing. To me, it's unplayable. Is it only the bites that you're concerned with? Yes. It's only the bites that cause problems for were creatures. Also need to remake my oh, I see. This is corpses and refuse. I don't think that has anything to do with the graphics, Lamar. Fair enough. Can I put in any area as a clay collecting zone? You need an area with clay for it to be a clay collecting zone. When you go to place a collection zone, like let's say clay, right? If I place it here, it'll say 0 of 0. It means there's no clay there. So that there needs to actually be clay there. Let me just make sure that this area is accessible. Yes, it is. Just making sure I don't have any other garbage. Actually, let's just go to places. Get rid of that. Okay, these are getting removed. Sweet. It's only bites that break skin. That too, yes. If it doesn't break skin or cause bleeding, then they're not a were creature. But that one caused bleeding, so that dwarf is now a were creature. You'll get there, I'm sure, Kintako. But yeah, and in my opinion, this is just my opinion, movement smoothing would be a waste of development time because it would require an entire engine rewrite, which would, based on what Tarn has said, probably take years to complete. And the result is we wouldn't actually get any new content in the game. So to me, that is just a direct waste of time, which is a very self-centered statement and take. I acknowledge that. But it's a fact that, like, it would be a waste of development time. I am using DF hack. I just don't use it the way you use it. How do I keep up with all the other immigrants? Well, I just have enough living room in this fort, but make a dormitory for the new migrants and make bedrooms as needed. Or just try and get ahead with bedrooms. It's one of the two things. I don't know, I'm used to it. It's part of the game. I will argue to hell and back, as somebody with really shitty eyesight, it is far easier to follow what's going on in Dwarf Fortress than it is to follow what's going on in a game with smooth movement. Does it take getting used to? Absolutely. But once you've gotten used to it, it is far easier to follow. Like, overcomplicating parts of Dwarf Fortress just makes the game's development take a lot longer. I think that the biggest accessibility issue that Dwarf Fortress had in the past is the ASCII. And as much as I love ASCII, if you are even remotely colorblind, you literally just can't play it. The motion sickness one is interesting, though, because, like, I've never heard anybody say that before. I believe it, but I've never heard anybody say that before. And I get pretty severe motion sickness from certain speed of first-person games. So first-person games with low FOV and high speed, I get motion sick from really quickly. But I've never had an issue with dwarves jittering around like that. I wonder, like, usually when it comes to motion sickness problems, like, different settings can fix that problem. So I wonder if it's like a zoomed in too much issue or zoomed out too much issue. But that's a fascinating concept to me. You're colorblind? Well, I'm saying when you're playing in ASCII, right? Because, like, a G is a goblin if it's green. If it's a multitude of other colors. It could be a goat, it could be a goose, it could be a stoneworker goblin, it could be many different things. So having to determine between very specific different shades of colors, I've been told by a lot of people in the past that ASCII is unplayable, which I am very inclined to believe. Also, this is going to be a tomb assigned to my Baron. And I need to make a coffin. So let's make a gold coffin. Or sarcophagus, that's what it's called, yeah. I think, like, what people just, fortunately or unfortunately, whether or not this is a good or bad thing for you, need to accept is that Dwarf Fortress is a game from 2003. 2002 even, rather, because that's when it started development. And there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that are artifacts of the past that are not unchangeable about the game. Like, these are things that could be changed, but it's extremely unlikely that they will be changed. And if you are playing Dwarf Fortress and enjoy it, genuinely, it would just be wise to accept the portions of the game that probably won't be changed. Could it be better? Of course it could. Everything could be better. But it's just the way it is, unfortunately. Arende, hello. Good afternoon. It's good to see you. I hope that you are doing well. And then you down here, whoops, you can be connected to this. Yeah, no, like, gremlins can't be rewritten because of, yeah, a lot of things are stacked on top of gremlin behavior. I need this critter to go this way. Oh, wow, he killed a giant cave spider. Yeah, jeez. Hello, Westland. No, Gremmy isn't dead, but Gremmy needs a tomb. So I'm making it for Gremmy. But Gremmy doesn't need it currently. Gremmy might need it in the future, but Gremmy doesn't currently need it. So that is who it's for, but hopefully it won't be necessary for a long, long time. Gremlins are cavern creatures, yes. They're mischievous cavern creatures that have one task in the game, and that is pull levers and unlock locked doors. Okay, fine. Somebody's coming to haul this boulder, so I can't actually put that there right now. These slabs are coming in too. You've never played enough to get a Baron? Yeah, Barons require an assigned tomb to be satisfied. Because I'm going to try and make this fortress into a mountain home, and in order to do that, I need to satisfy my Baron. There we go. That can now be assigned. And gold sarcophagus. That's going to take a long time to construct, because it's going to be very heavy. Okay, so let's see if this dwarf is in fact a were-camel, because we're about to hit the full moon. And that will reset their thirst, their hunger, and their injuries. 5 people just got killed in your fort. Do you need to do something specific for the justice system to be enabled, or will the murderer get convicted automatically? So if you do not have a captain of the guard, and you do not have a prison, nothing will happen. If you have a captain of the guard with an office assigned and a prison zone with chains or cages in it, you use chains, cages are weird. With chains or cages in it, then that dwarf will be convicted if you press J on the keyboard or just open up the justice screen and convict the criminal of their charges when the crimes are reported. If the crimes are reported. Which they probably will be if there was witnesses. Okay, so you are absolutely a were creature. So when this dwarf stops being a were creature, let's also just make sure that's only 2. Yes, it's 2. So I've got 2 were creatures now. Okay. Probably what I'm going to try and do with Crow is give Crow a separated area where Crow can train and allow Crow to... Oh, wow, you kept your injuries? I thought they healed injuries. Well, I will say, silly Americans think that Canada has Thanksgiving at the same time as the US. Our Thanksgiving was like 2 months ago, almost. Like, Canada Thanksgiving is what, early October? October 13th. What did I give thanks for? I don't know. My parents haven't disowned me yet, and I'm still employed. So. Yeah, we do in fact have Thanksgiving. And I will say that Thanksgiving is just Christmas, but less bullshit. So I like Thanksgiving quite a bit. Okay, I'm gonna make some ash and we're gonna make some soap. Make ash. Make lye. Whoops, lye. Make soap from tallow. Because I already have all this set up. And let's just do... Because I removed the automated soap system because I was tired of never having wood. And it was eating up all my wood. And I wanted charcoal more, so I'm just doing it manually now. Sorry. Kind of came out of nowhere. Legendary Fighter Werecamel. It's not worth infesting the whole world. But I will see what I can do with it. Okay, so right now you're in a very convenient spot for this. Just need to remove this. Once this is removed, and let's say once the door is installed, I will drop this, and we'll see if I can kill slug bait. No, I do not have an order for soap. I mean, if I already have an order for soap, cool, but I don't have an order for ash or anything. Because I removed them all, or I thought I did. Yeah, no, I don't. I have socks, trousers, fruit, charcoal, metal object, all this, yarn amulets. I don't have an order for soap. What are you talking about? So I removed those all in a previous stream. What are we fighting with? Giant rhinoceros. Uh-oh. Oh, they closed this door. Yeah. Giant gray langur. And a giant agitated giant aardvark. It's kind of funny, actually. What do I have in cages? Let's eat these. It's just the crundles. This is in the burrows. So I'm actually just going to go up to here and just place a couple cage traps. And here. And here. Oopsies. Can't even remember what this was. But apparently tired poet is now a sacred yearling of the young denomination. I hope I didn't completely ignore that and thus fail it. No undead currently. Okay, how's this doing? You're right there still. Doors there. This just needs to be deconstructed. This is linked to the right thing. Havoc is going to go up here. Deconstruct that. I'm going to deconstruct or forbid this. Double checking here. There's nobody in there. And I will build a wall right there. And let's pull this lever. So who's going to pull the lever? My hunter is, who's currently haggard, which is unfortunate. Should probably remove you from the military. Since you're haggard, but do you have a cape? Oh my god, you have a cape. All right, who wants to see a were creature get killed? Chat, or not a were creature, a forgotten beast hopefully gets squished by a falling rock. Because double checking this, it is completely separated. So it's gonna hopefully land on slug bait right here. Basically, if you like seeing things collapse, might want to look up. Also, hello. How are you doing today, Bone Dolphin? Got him. Bullseye! School of the Hoax, thank you very much for the 5th month. Or that, or it's School of the Ox, maybe? Looks like Hoax. School of the Ox, probably, is definitely what that is. Did you change your username? I don't recognize it. But thank you very much for that resubscription for a 5th month. That Forgotten Beast is now very flat. And El Deuterino, thank you very much for helping support the Help Blind Get a Goddamn Mortgage Fund. I greatly appreciate that, mate. It really does mean a lot. And then I'm actually just going to move a barracks to right here. I'm gonna get this middle squad training down there. And Kage Jate, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Having 5 days from work? What's the occasion? Just a brief vacation thing or something else? But Obok, the beekeeper's been missing for a week. Storms are like dropping off like flies and just slowly vanishing. It's like kind of concerning, you know? Oh, I see. Got a bunch of seeds in these traps. Also gonna go up to here. And go up to here. I'm just going to... Let's just scroll down to cages. What all is in cages? Troll, Crundle, 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 Crundle. Can just all be thrown in. Just clean those cages out. Don't need the meats, we've got plenty. Into late spring. I'm gonna put all of the cougars, except for 2 breeding pairs. Which you can't see because they're behind my camera. But except for 2 breeding pairs, we're going to put them all into that cage. And then for this one, oops, no, not over here. Over here, going to do something pretty damn similar with the bears. Actually, let's not put any of the war grizzlies into here. Yeah, okay. They're getting thrown into lava, is what's happening to them. Well, no, that's the wrong screen. I mean, right now, okay, no, okay, so they've already been thrown into lava. But yeah, they got thrown down this hole, directly down this hole, and went splat down here at the bottom and died on impact. That's what happened to them. Well, it's like 170 Z level drop into lava, so they probably die when they hit the bottom, not actually of the lava. Because they will hit the floor. So hitting the floor is what kills them. What is rotting in here? Oh, I see. They had a meal. They had a meal in their backpack.
Volpine Anthro cheered.
Volpine.
401. Bros hotboxing lol.
Bros hotboxing all that miasma, yes. Thank you very much for that. What is it? $4.01. Took me a second. I had to read it. It's hard for me to count moving objects like that. Give thanks for Dwarf Fortress? Yeah. Give thanks for Tarn Adams. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really give thanks at Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is more just an excuse to hang out with family and eat a lot of food. That's mostly all Thanksgiving is in my world. Which, like, hey, you know, if that works for you.
Does this affect the hype train?
Yes, that affects the hype train. Jay Martin, thanks for the prime for a second month. Welcome back, mate. You're thankful for turkey? Thanks, Grandma, for the turkey! Yeah, I mean, yeah. Hey, like I said, if it works, roll with it. Pick up equipment. Content after putting on a finely crafted item. There we go. We've now got soap in the fort. You need surgery. It's like I have 2 surgeons. Why do I need another surgeon? Got so many surgeons, man. I'm also just going to go through here and remove all these. So I doubt they're screwing with anything, but everybody's set to do it, so... Some dwarves just got into a fight with a troglodyte. It's definitely part of the reason. I see. The surgeon's doing work. Satisfied at work. Aroused after remembering a performance. Hey, chat room, that's the 3rd hype train of the day. It needs 99 pennies in bits or 1 subscription to level up. So if you have a resub or a prime sub, now's the time to use it. Got dwarfs removing run tissue.
Shinobi cheered. X100. You got it.
Thanks, Shinobi, for the $1. Appreciate you. You're thankful you almost caught up on dishes so you can fall way behind again? When is American Thanksgiving specifically? That's like in a week, isn't it? It's like very soon. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Thanks for everything you do, mate. Like, seriously. Takos has bestowed a name upon a steel shield. Oh, this is my Markstor squad. I thought this was another shield squad. Well, that's an okay place for them to teach each other things. Doing all right, Caleb. Yourself? It's always the last Thursday of November. Okay, so it's the 28th. Well, happy early Thanksgiving to my American friends. You guys need a break anyway. Life's been mean to you guys recently. So need more charcoal kind of badly. Stray count trundles have been missing for a week. Well. Also, I wonder. Damn it, I wish I could assign bears to you, Gremmy. Although, Gremlin, you need more items, because you want to acquire something. What could I give you? But I give you that figurine and a magnetite instrument. And maybe just like an amulet. Like a llama wool amulet. And I'll try to assign a small hemp skirt, but you probably won't be able to equip it. Doesn't feel anything after putting on a superior item. Wow. What a guy. Invest levers? Yeah, you got a levers, these at home. I don't know where I'm going with this. Relieved after watching performance. Doesn't feel anything after discussing problems with a friend. I'm a little worried about our gremlin's mood. I'm a little bit worried about our gremlin's mood. Like, I may need to force him to stay in the tavern for a bit to get his stress down. Like, Gremlin, I'm going to make you another zone, which is just going to be here. And here. And here.
Finin78 cheered. X1000. All hail Baron Gremlin.
I'll check in on that in 1 second. Just let me assign this stuff. Finian, thanks for the 10 bucks. It means a lot, mate. And for leveling up that train. We've had more hype trains today than I had last week. Moose Man, what kind of dwarf would you like? I don't have any were-moose, unfortunately. Any dwarf with a beard? Okay, we'll go with that. One gem have bones in it? Oh no! Damn, the humans encrust their gems? Yep. Yeah, they do. They encrust them with other gems, they encrust them with metal, they encrust them with wood, bone. Sometimes they're decorated with leather, for fuck's sake. Also, thank you to the people who've said nice things about my writing about soccer the other day. I wrote that on a boat. Pimp my gens? Yeah. So you said dwarf with a beard, hey? Moose, good to see you. Thanks for the 2 years, dude. Finian, thanks for the 10-pack. Thank you so much for leveling up the train again. But Moose, thanks for the 2 years. Chuck, can I get a big round of beers in YouTube chat? Can you guys just hit the party button a bunch? What, with beard. What was I looking for? I'm a little distracted by this. All of this hype train in chat. Does a clother work for you? Agua Moose Man. You're a month off from the 2-year mark. Soon. El Duderino. You've done so much for the stream. Hey, Nine. What's up? They don't. They can't. Because they don't have any item preferences. Nine? And YouTube chat. We'll get you guys a dwarf in a second here. Thanks, Holy. Appreciate you. I need to clear my throat up. This post-nasal drip from that cold is finally starting to get better, but slowly. He has such a developed sense of optimism that he will always assume that the best outcome will eventually occur no matter what. He has an overbearing personality and is very calm. He finds humor in most situations, is very happy and optimistic, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, sometimes can act without deliberation, is quick to anger, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Often feels envious of others, occasionally overindulges, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he can easily fall in love, develop positive feelings, and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He isn't particularly ambitious, has a greedy streak, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. Is a friendly individual and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and when he's speaking, he usually lowers his eyes. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You thought no preferences means no marriage. They can get married, but they cannot have, I'll go through their thing in a second with the gremlins. He thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Dominoc, thanks for the 5-pack. Stonecode, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. It's about to level up again. He considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and finds those that deny their impulse somewhat stiff, finds blind honesty foolish, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes rutile and iron and clear diamond, giant puffin leather and elk antler, giant beaver tooth, and the color dark pink. I can't remember the last time I saw a beaver in Dwarfort. Sheep for their tendency to flock, and the sound of the fragrances of scintillating, and when possible prefers to consume spotted ratfish and parsnip plants, and dwarven beer, and honeybee honey, and absolutely hates mussels. You are married to Kib, and you have 2 children, and you worship the god of beauty, and you have 2 friends. Welcome to the fort. Also, maybe the reason I never see beavers in Dwarf Fortress is because the elves exterminate them. Like, how do elves feel about beavers? Kind of amazed I've never thought about this concept before. Is it a bad influence for you? Yeah, I'm lazy and haven't, fixed it. In regards to stupidskull.com. That is the truth. I am lazy and just haven't fixed it. This down here needs these to be filled in. But this going all the way down here. You've already gone up to here. I just need to continue the burrow, I presume. $10 seconds left on the hype train. Needs 1 subscription. See if I can win this. Nope. I think I missed it. Yep, I missed it. Oh well. Finian, thanks for everything you did. Appreciate you greatly. 30 subscriptions and $15 and 1 penny in bits. Thanks for the hype train, guys. Yeah, that was me, Finian. Because if I do it anonymously, it counts towards the hype train. You only started playing with the Steam release, but your videos have helped you a lot. I mean, Steam release, almost 2 years ago, right? It's been a while. But glad you're enjoying it. I feel bad for Havoc. Havoc got married to, or was in love with one of the original 7 dwarves, and also Havoc was one of the original 7. Havoc, Kedranos, and Napalm are the only remaining original 7. A force of vile darkness has arrived and is seeking a Perle. They brought trolls? Holy shit, they brought trolls! Oh my god! I think this might be my first time in this version of the game seeing a troll show up. The Seducer of Gleaming. Also, they are fighting with something that I can't see, I think. Ah, there are elves here. So it's goblins and there are also elves here. Which means I should go over here and pull this bridge. Because I'm going to be torching elves I can't even see. I'm going to do something just for effect. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to reveal hidden units. Because doing this will show where all the elves are. Which, okay, there's only one from the looks of things. Where's the rest of them then? Ah! Well, they're all up here. I'm sure I'll be able to make them go away. Because the goblins are currently about to go fight with the elves. Here comes the lava, which is making the goblins go away very quickly. I'm going to just deny their parlay. Are they still bringing books? Oh, that's a good question. No, they're just recruits from the looks of things. I'm sure some of them are. But their armies have gotten a lot bigger as of late. Mechanic has been found dead. Oh shit, what? Oh god, the door's still open. I gotta close the door. I thought I already did that. Because Fidel, an elf, is about to attack me. Should get that door shut sometime soon. Ah, shit. Gotta pause that so that my dwarves don't all go die. There's also this elven recruit up here who's fighting with my war grizzly, who appears to be winning. Well, that war grizzly can run off and go have fun. Wait for my soldiers to back up. Let's jump over to here. And unpause this. Get this door shut. Hey, the bear made it back. Come on. Someone's coming to pull it. Come on. I require this to be shutted. There we go, it's shut. There's goblins appearing right there in the corner and then immediately catching fire, which is kind of hysterical. And hopefully the goblins fighting with the elves will deal with the rest of the siege, and we're in an ad, so I will pause. Yeah, December 6th, 2022 was when Dwarf Fortress originally launched. You know, I never thought about doing this, but should I take all of Weather Mountains and put it into one video? Fourth Wall, so Fourth Wall is my merch store, right? Fourthwall just sent me an email. We're excited to let you know that you have sold more merchandise than Apple did in their first year of existence. Yeah, but Apple was selling stuff for a lot more money than I am, but... Okay. Thanks, Fourth Wall. Hold on, there's a bunch of emails I need to skim real quick. Okay, cleared. That's not the button I wanted to hit. This is the button I want to hit. Okay. Let's see what this siege does. I think, okay, so the goblins went and fought with the elves, but it looks like they're heading to the edge of the map now. Shoutouts to this goblin, who's just doing handlebars and then fell into the lava. Well done there, Gobby. Yeah, it looks like they're all leaving. Highly looks like these guys are just leaving. But hey, you're notable now. Yeah, you killed an elf and a giant jaguar. Look at you, Mr. Notable. Are you going to the edge of the map and leaving? I would. Well, I mean, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, and watching on both, then everybody wins. You can just simply swap tabs when there's ads, and I make maximum money. So everybody wins. That's a net positive, I think. All right, let's pull that lever. Shut that off. Because I do actually have a second one of these. A second burst launcher. Which is this. Actually, I need to... go to here. I'm just gonna go here and actually hotkey this spot right here. This will be F8. And then I've got Cross Fortune here. It's mining through all of this. Here's the thing. If you can't afford to give me money, please do not, under any circumstances, give me money. And if you're around enough, you'll probably get gifted a sub anyway. What's up, Tuesday? Yeah, I got the place. And I've told my landlord. And they don't seem pissed at me, so that's good. Although I do literally have a consistent long-term tenant lined up for them, so... And I'm giving them 2 months plus notice, which is more than the legal minimum. Afraid after reliving experiencing trauma, you poor dwarf cross fortune. So, yeah, to quote my neighbor, congrats, Greg, now you're in debt. Yep. Also the neighbor that I'm gonna try and pawn this condo off to. Or this rental unit off to. Okay, so that's gonna go up to there. It's also gonna go up to here. And over to here. So this is going... I'm going to need to wait until all the dwarves leave here, because this should be the only exit, right? Drain out there. This can drain into here. Which... I can just put a brick right there. Made some coffee and building a gun plus. Sounds like a fun afternoon. Dolomite. And then this needs a lever connection. You're not linked up to anything, so I will link you to this. Right here. Once that's constructed. So that's now built. Yeah, I don't know anything about Gunpla, but I'm sure someone in chat does. Okay, you're just going to build that. And then you're going to pull that lever when it's done. Caudal the peasant has created Zathad Amud. Dakas non-shut, a statue of dwarves, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. I will place that in my tavern, I think. Although it is set to be moved. So where is it? Let's just forbid and unforbid that so I can place it. And it looks like a statue got toppled over here, so I'll see if I can build it there. Should be able to construct it because it doesn't have too much water here. This isn't connected to anything, right? Yeah. So this right here will be removed and have that placed there. There's no open upward slopes, holes in this that I can see. Goes all the way down to here and is fine. Goes all the way down to here, goes over to here and up to here. That's not connected yet, but this then goes all the way down through here. I'm just double checking to make sure that this is clear and there's no dwarves in it. And this goes all the way up to here, all the way over to here, and then that connects to this, which is connected to you. So now the question is this door closed? Is this not in the burrow? Nope, it is. There we go. Just need a dwarf to come over here and pull this. And then we can test this sucker. What is scribing in this sense? Because I don't know what that word means. So let's see if I'm flooding my fort with lava. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Should be fine. All right, who's ready to see if I flood my fort with lava? Because I've got some extremely pressurized lava I'm about to fire into a tube, so... Well, there it goes. Okay, it's not that pressurized, but still pretty damn pressurized. It means you're using a chisel on your model kits. Ah, okay, gotcha. I've never been a model kits person. I had some given to me for Christmas a while ago, and I'm pretty sure those got regifted. So that's gonna go all the way up to here. And also directly up here into this. So this is going to get filled up. Oh, Jesus. Dwarves? Dwarves. Can we do these quickly, please? I know I could just go pull the lever and turn it off, but where's the fun in that? Come on, get over here. Dwarves, please. It's one, okay. Where's our second one? Okay, problem solved. That could have been scary, but it wasn't, thankfully. All right, so now that's done. This is done. So this here needs to fill this up all the way. It's interesting that it's filling this up first. But it's going to bubble all the way up to here. Once this is done being filled. It's taking a little bit. What, how fast it was? I mean, this is this area is very, very close to, very close to my stuff stockpiles, so. Really? The siege is still here? Well, fortunately, I'll have something to test them on in a second. Ain't that awesome? Although this right here needs to be connected to some levers. So you're connected to something now, you're not. So you can get connected to this. That's fine, just one is enough. Oh, that I forgot to. I mean, it's not that I forgot to wall it off. It's I forgot to make the wall big enough, or make the burrow big enough so that they could get to the wall. Is what I forgot to do. But that's me being a forgetful twit more than anything. Okay, let's see. Did they make that? Okay, yeah, this construction's just gonna keep getting suspended. I'm gonna have to stop both of these to build this. So instead of putting it right there, I'll put it right next to that. Okay, I don't know what to do with that water. And there we go. So this is my artifact statue. You know, I didn't realize that the base changes. Is that specific for artifacts? Because that's really cool looking. This is a diorite statue of dwarves. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of dwarves in diorite by Cadwell. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Cloudthunder by the Storm of Artifacts and the Lancers of Martyring in the early spring of 1010. It is encrusted with round, brilliant cut pink jades and encircled with bands of oval cut pink jades and encircled with bands of native gold cabochons and forgotten beast bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of copper and menaces with spikes of pink jade. The item is an image of dwarves in diorite. Of the dwarf Urvad, the dwarf in and dwarves in diorite. Urvad is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates the ascension of the dwarf Urvad to the position of Baron of the Lancers of Martyring in the year 466. The item is an image of an octahedra in goblin cap, and the item is an image of Eku Pristine Labors, the elf in alpaca wool. Eku Pristine Labors is making a plaintive gesture. The artwork relates to the drowning of the elf Eku Pristine Labors in the early autumn of 1022 here in this fortress in the True Plains. Cool. The dark statue, man. It's a very dark statue. So the way I'm going to do this safely is I'm going to sacrifice an animal. Would it be apt to sacrifice a turkey? It is somebody's pet, though. How about... How about a cavy? We'll do that. I will sacrifice a cavy. For the glory of all dwarfs. Put the unicorn in there? Nah. I like the unicorn. Gotta use it for something more glorious than that. Okay, so this is all set up and good to go. And I don't think there's lava leaking anywhere, which is good. We're just dragging this guy all the way over here. Drowning antimatter, yes. And then, oh, this also needs a lever. Rock mechanisms. I'm going to use dolomite and we'll just make 10. You're 3 of 7 of the way to a mountain home? Cool. I very briefly, when I was a lot younger, was into Yu-Gi-Oh! And I collected hockey cards for a wee bit of time when I was a small child. But I was never really into TCGs, no. I had like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Starter deck. So I wouldn't say that I was ever really into TCGs. I played some TCGs, but I certainly wasn't into TCGs. This needs to get removed because it's an artifact, and I don't want it to get destroyed. So I'm just going to move it up here or something. Blue eyes, handsome dragon. I mean, no, not really. Let's just go place that over there. That over there. There we go. Okay, so you... I have nothing connected. I just need this to be done. Right here. So then we close this. Permit this. There's giant giraffes in the map. They're not caught or anything. Hey, Squirrely, what up? Hope you've been good. I've been very busy trying to buy a house. Or trying to buy an apartment. But I hope you've been well. Okay, so that's now connected. You're right here. Let's get this pulled. Should close this. And then open this. And then we wait for the goblins. Going through a diagonal resets pressure, yes. But yeah, water has some pretty crazy pressure things. So I would be very careful with it if you're a new player. Giant giraffe there, overcome by terror. No, I'm trying to move out of the apartment that I'm living in and move to a different city. Is what I'm trying to do. Well, you're walking in straight up the wrong direction. They really want to eat these giant giraffes. Oh boy, I don't know if I necessarily want to open this up. You know, I could also just torch these guys again. Actually, that's probably the better option, is just torch those dudes. Because they're clearly not pathing towards this. It's easy enough. Burn, Goblin, burn. Disco Inferno. That should break the siege, I'd expect. Fully expect this to break the siege. I love how these three have just managed to stand right outside the edge. This goblin is bleeding to death because his armor is so hot. Which is kind of amazing when that happens. Well, that certainly didn't make them retreat. So now we get to see if this'll do it. Can heat cauterize bleed? Not really. Because fire and heat causes bleeding. And also that's not like a flame cauterization. There's no charcoal there. That's literally just like the goblins melting because their armor is so hot. Is what's causing that. I'm just letting it get rid of itself. There's no real reason to recycle it. Store item in stockpile, eh? That doesn't seem wise. Let's see what you're going for. Oh, I see where you're going. The dwarf runs away from something in fear. Maybe you'll make it back in, maybe you won't. Uh-oh. We have a ghost, Asmil. Okay, here he comes back in. There you go. Smart dwarf. Speaking of not smart dwarf, Nish is also leaving to go do something similar. Probably going up to the exact same place, if I had to bet. So let's just... And also just bid everything down in here, with the exception of the stuff that I just, didn't need to forbid over here. And there, and these. Because hopefully that'll make you turn around. If it doesn't, well, okay, cool, it did. That worked. So let's see, where are these goblins at? Oh, there's basically none of them left. It is highly likely that they're actively retreating now, aside from this one that's just obsessed with killing these, like, giant giraffes. I think I'm going to tell my soldiers to just go station right here, because they'll probably go deal with it. They'll be able to find the few remaining goblins. I wanted to ask for some info on volcanoes and Dwarf Fortress. Do they have a limited amount of lava? They infinitely refill to the level that they were originally at. Same with the lava sea. Because they touch the edge of the map, any liquid that touches the edge of the map will refill as it drains. So you don't have to worry about, like, supply of lava or anything. This is the last goblin soldier remaining on the map, who's probably in the process of leaving the map, but I'm just going to tell my soldiers to go kill him. Actually, never mind. I'm going to cancel that task because I don't really want my dwarves to go die in lava, which is probably what would happen right now. Probably torch you. Oh, okay. Or he just falls into lava. That's mighty convenient. Also, there's a beak dog and an agitated giant grasshopper over here. Why is there a beak dog? Okay, hold on. I think I've got stuck units. Looks like it. Huh? Oh. There's an agitated giant wren in my fort, which is not optimal. I'm going to tell the military to get over here and kill it, although they're probably pretty far away right now. Oh, no, they're not. They're not that far. Come on, kill it! Kick its ass! And then, let's see, are you getting put into a tomb? No, it doesn't look like it. Rock coffin. New movie title of the Final Goblin. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. I need an engraved one. you are. Poor Goblin is stressed, although at work? What work did you do? Finished up some work and that was satisfying. What work were you? Oh, maybe you were... It's possible he was working on his organizationals. Actually, he's probably doing manager skills because he's my manager. Should give him a table for there. Stress from being nude. Yeah, and I can't give him clothing. Stealing his work? Debatable. Debatable. Let's wait until these dwarves get back inside. Where are we going to go clean? What are we cleaning? So there's clearly something in the burrow that shouldn't be if you're actively going to go clean. Ah, okay. Let's wait until everybody runs back inside, because it seems like they are now. Carrying a giant giraffe mangled corpse. Uh-huh. Definitely a good use of your time there, dwarves. Once Kiddo, who's hauling the giant giraffe mangled corpse, gets inside, I will seal this door. And then I will seal the following door. Watch him get squished. No. Okay. Then an ad is going to start in 54 seconds. I am still probably going to kill this guinea pig, though. Because we're going to give this sucker a test run. After all these are connected. Ghostly Miner's been put to rest. Cool. It's clean now. Well, parts of it are, not all of it. We also have Grizzly Bear soap in the fort now, which is good. Let's see who's linking stuff. It's English who's doing it. To Flee a Failed Siege is its own horror game. Yeah, I mean, there's a, I want to say it's a RPG Maker game. There's a survival horror game based on the story of Boat Murdered that exists on itch. I think it's literally just called Boat Murdered. Also, an ad's about to run, so I'm going to leave the game paused until the ad is finished, so you won't miss anything. But then we're going to do our first test run of this probably overkill lava system. So we'll see how it goes. So yeah, there's already Dwarf Fortress fan games. Although when Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, they actually had to send a takedown request to another Dwarf game called Dwarf Fortress, which apparently was just completely oblivious to the concept of Dwarf Fortress and didn't know Dwarf Fortress existed. And it was like a Town of Salem-like that was like exclusively on itch. The ads haven't started yet, so I'm waiting. But yeah, there was a game like Town of Salem that was a Dwarf Fortress titled game that wasn't Dwarf Fortress, which has always very much amused me. Okay, now the ads have hit. Depths of Boat Motor. Yeah, you can link it if you want. Not say. You can chuck it into the YouTube chat if you so wish. Also, question for Twitch chat, folks, because I just realized, are my captions working? Because I just realized I currently don't see the... Okay, cool. Because I don't see the plugin in OBS right now. It's missing. It's not a long ad. It's up to 1 minute and 30 seconds every 30 minutes. It's pretty short, usually. You don't know how to link in chat? Copy, paste the link and link it? Or here, I'll go grab it. That is the Boat Murdered fan game. Right there. this thing. That looks RPG Maker-ish. I presume it's RPG Maker. But yeah, it's based on the story of Boat Murdered. They are fine bedrooms, which is like the middle of the ground level. Hey, animal, guess who's a homeowner? As of the 31st of January, officially, but... Guess who's going to be a homeowner as of the 35th of January. Or not 35th, 31st of January. There's definitely 35 days in January. Yeah. A homeowner? Yeah. Yeah. Currently, as far as I know, that home is owned by a cat because I haven't seen the owner of it, but I have seen his cat several times. So as far as I know, it is owned and populated by a singular cat. So I'm just presuming I'm buying an apartment from a cat. And the home inspection was kind of funny because it's like, there are some minor issues, like things that need repairing and stuff with the unit. But it's all like, kind of comes down to single bachelor living alone. Which I find very funny. Okay, so let's see. How many of these still need connecting? 2. Things like, I need to replace the like ventilation pipe that's connected to the back of the dryer because it looked like it got dented at one point. Stuff like that. Just never got updated. The inside of the dryer needs to be cleaned. The stove needs to be cleaned, but like it's fine. It just needs to be cleaned. Stuff like that. There was also like something that we thought was an issue while us doing the home inspection. Because like 2 of the lights wouldn't turn on and we were like, uh-oh, is there like wiring problems or something? Turns out, no, they're just smart lights and require a phone. They're like Philips Hue smart lights. So like, couldn't turn on the lights. But like if you swap out the light bulbs, they'd be fine. We eventually found the remote for them and then they worked. Yeah, I think the structure of the building was built in like the 1960s, but it was originally a hotel. And when it was turned into like an apartment building, it was completely rebuilt. So, let's see, are all those hooked up now? Yes. Okay, so let's close this. And then we'll test this sucker out. See how it goes. Who's ready to test my lava trap? On our literal guinea pig. Sorry, literal guinea pig. I have no idea how quickly this is going to fill, but hopefully pretty quickly. Simply put, I will be a homeowner as of the 31st of January. Could be going quite a bit faster, but I would say that works pretty well. I would say that works pretty well. Is this currently venting out anywhere else? I kind of thought this would also vent in, but I guess not. And then if I do this in ASCII, be able to see it doing this. I think that's the same year that Prince Albert died. Such an oddly specific thing to know off the top of your headstone. I think I should also enable this to drain into the side. But yeah, that'll clear up pretty quick. I just need to figure out how to increase the pressure on it a wee bit. But yeah, technically it's like tonight at midnight is when the 1 week line thing ends. So as of tonight at midnight, 12 hours from now, essentially, I can no longer, or it will cost me a lot of money to back out, and the current owner can't back out as of tonight at midnight. That's when the legal contract hits, basically. So, and I don't, like, they've shown no sign of backing out, so we should be good. And I've told my landlord, and her response was, congrats! So I presume we're all good there. Prince Albert is a type of piercing, yes. That is correct. Trying the expansions one at a time. Speaking of RimWorld, there's actually... Oh, that explains why it's filling so fucking slowly. I forgot to put a brick into this. So that explains it. I'm like, why does this not have any pressure on it? I was just sitting here super confused. That explains it. 100%. Otherwise, that would have filled, like, immediately. So now that that's done, I can now do this. Which should drain this almost instantly. Also, we've hit early autumn, which means I'm going to get traders. So I'm going to open this real quick. And this should drain really fast. Once this is drained, then I just need to put a wall piece right there, and then this all should be fine. And it should fill much, much faster. Let's see, can I put some more grizzly bears into this? Let's leave 2 of the cubs out. Let's go to this and type in cougar. And that's gonna be 2 of my trade goods. Eh? Oh. So there is a giant firefly in my fort. Oh, that explains why. I was trying to figure out why that was happening. Well, that explains it. Okay, well, let's... Seems my chimney got broken. That's unfortunate. Well, let's just send my squaddies in to go... Okay, well, the giant firefly's dead now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into this stockpile. I'm just going to remove this square and just put walls there. We'll just do it that way, although not automatic. Let's just get rid of those real quick. We'll just fill that in for right now, and I'll worry about that later. I was wondering what the hell was up with that. Chat room investments are open. If you, Karen, would like to invest your tickets. Also, I just want to say a real quick thank you, chat, because we've cleared my minimum for the day faster than I have in any stream in recent memory, so... Snatcher, protect the children. Oh, caught it in a cage already. Got it. And I'm just going to go here. And permit all of this. And permit all of this. And I'm just going to remove all this, and let's check in on Grammy. Another Snatcher, protect the children. Vengeful after joining an existing conflict. Tisk. It's not really helping much. I'm worried about my gremlin, chat. I'm worried about my poor gremlin. Another snatcher. It's kind of wacky. How many snatchers are appearing? Get another snatcher. Like, what are you expecting to get out of this here, Goblin? Like, you don't really... Oh my god. This Goblin has been here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times. This is like the Walmart bag problem, where you just, like, always have more Walmart bags. Anyway, Claiborne made quick work of that Goblin. Again, I'm not entirely sure what they expected, but let's hope that we can trade this month. Or this year, rather. No merchants just yet, but fingers crossed. Stiletto Sid, the elite wrestler's been found dead? Oh. Well, this sucks. But I may have also just caught myself a giant cave spider. Okay, so I need to forbid everything right here. I need to unforbid this door and lock it. And I need to go up to here and lock this door. And Sol Invictus, can't help you. You just did that to yourself. Rest in peace, Sol Invictus. No. You're only allowed to go this way. Stupid spider. If I lock these, that might force it in this way. I like how he's trying to go in this way. But locking these will make him come around. It's also funny. I lock this door, and then it tries to come in. Okay, so they're all just going to go collect webs. Let's just... Tasks. Pause all of this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Kiddo, please turn around. Alright, well, let's do this. Let's try that. Maybe. Well, rest in peace, Stukos. I tried. Huh. We got it. It wasn't worth the deaths, but I now have a giant cave spider. Finally! I have a giant cave spider. Round of beers, I suppose? We lost 3 named dwarves in that engagement, but their death was not in vain. Rest in peace, Stiletto Sid. Orc with a bow. in Sol Invictus. F's in chat. You died valiantly. But I now have a captured giant cave spider, and the dwarves have arrived to trade. Which means I'm going to go over here, deconstruct this. I'm really curious about how much a cage full of giant or normal-sized cougars and a cage full of grizzlies is going to sell for. Also, this is my first opportunity to trade where we have wagons, which is exciting.
Crypt beer,
Percuss.
crypt beer.
Thank you very much for that resubscription for an 8th month, mate. Greatly appreciate that. It means a lot, dude. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers for Percuss? Also, mods, can I get a shout out for Percuss, please? Stream's vintage story. Looks like Minecraft, but isn't Minecraft. It's Minecraft for nerds. Another one of those weird games that just kind of exists somehow without Steam. Those are so rare, but it's neat when they happen. A lot of bone earrings. Vintage Story is awesome. Well, if you want Vintage Story streams, there's your link. Let's just go up to here again and type in X. Remove that. This is going to be a lot of random items. I think I'm just going to let them trade this, and if I need more, I will bring more. Because holy shit. Yeah, 950 items. Ay, ay, ay. It's like watching a wizard turn some tools you made made toxic. Self-combustion sludge into a pile of exploding rainbows. So you're saying that my gameplay is the equivalent of watching toxic sludge turn into exploding rainbows? I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. You continue to impress. I've come to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. So I am now getting higher rank Gremlin. Gremlin is now still Baron. Probably becoming Duke or a Count. Count Gremlin is a funny concept. That is a funny concept. Let's also do weapons. He lived not a long time. He lived a while. He certainly lived longer than some. Basically gonna do anything that's wood. Like these. The bows as well. These if I can access them. Sell the pikes, why not? A lot of this stuff though is just gonna get melted down. Flails, sure. Scourge, sure. Scourge, sure. Maul, sure. Longsword, sure. And also, let's see, have those cages been deconstructed yet? Not just yet, so we just need to wait for those cages to get toppled. But I would say that your dwarf lived well. Can gremlins even count? Well, I mean, he's learning to speak, so I don't see why not. I do get the joke, though. I would need him to tantrum and break something in a temple to become a vampire. But I presume it's possible? I don't see why it wouldn't be. He wouldn't be able to become a necromancer because he can't, he's already immortal. Actually, I'm presuming gremlins are immortal and don't just like live for 1,000 years, because some creatures are like that where they're immortal, but they actually just live for 1,000 years. But I presume gremlins are proper immortal, as I've always been under the impression of. Read social animals in the coming troubles. Okay, well, I'm gonna need you to come over here and do this. My surgeon has been found dead. Also, Lanix has been killed. We are under attack by giant monkeys, which seems not great. Yes, Lanix, Yushat, and Obak have all been found dead. And they're all right here, so I'm actually just going to set this squad to patrol route 2, which I think is the surface one. Good lord. 3 dwarves were found dead. One of them's burning. That's stop. That one, I'm going to do this. Really? 4 dwarves is enough to set that song off? Okay. What's your last name? T? Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. Ah, Jesus Christ almighty. Okay, never mind. I understand now why it's playing that song. Also, I've got dwarves stuck here now, which is horrible. Because now they're trying to climb out. So I need to allow this in the burrow. Which is part of the reason they're trying to climb right now. Is this priority number 1? No, it's not. It's priority number 2. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. People are just dropping? Yeah, well, fortunately, it seems to have stopped now. It won't continue much longer if I can get this sorted. To be fair, I think another one just fell. This fortress is really dangerous, and I've never really made an effort to make it less dangerous. It's part of the entertainment factor of it. If a fort is perfectly safe, that's no fun. You never want a fort to be perfectly safe. That being said, I should deconstruct this. And I should also chop down a tree over here so that they stop taking this pathway. Besides, this fort's run by a gremlin. It's never going to be the most organized. It wouldn't be run by a gremlin if it was the most organized. We'll buy their cut gems. We'll buy the coal that they brought. I'll buy the fish. Leaves and fruit. Leaves and fruit. Leaves and fruit. And trade. Let's see, have they removed those yet? No, they haven't. But yeah, no, 4 dwarves dropping is like nothing. I think that both of those deaths were very much justified. I mean, they got attacked by giant monkeys, for fuck's sake. And then the other deaths was a giant cave spider, which sucks, but, you know, happens to the best of us. Says another dwarf was... I think that was another one that fell into lava, if I'm not mistaken. It's like, is it unfortunate? Absolutely. Could it have been avoided? Maybe. Was it? No. Such is life. The beat goes on. Tisk. Oops, no, that's not your name. What was your name? URDIM. Your last name is LED. Lead. Heard him lead. 3, 2, 1, go. Get over here, broker. How am I supposed to fix her if I can't broker? Okay, let's do that. And then these are going to get removed. I'm also going to sell scepters. So I got a ton of these. These are all inside the fort, thankfully. Also, an ad is coming real soon. Keep the Forgotten Beastbone ones, because those ones are kind of special. Gotham doesn't need Batman. Gotham needs HOA. Does he, though? This, though, is going to be kind of a pain to get out of here. I've also got Connie of the Wolves going into a strange mood. But on top of that strange mood is an ad that's about to break. So, I'm going to follow Connie, and when the ad pops, I will pause the game and not unpause the game until the ads are done. What's the Baron doing? Being a Baron. Baron with us, probably. We'll check in after this ad break. Grabs a bunch of gems. Let's get some cave wheat going as well. Dolomite blocks. At least you were killed by a psycho monkey. Yeah. There's worse ways to go, that's for sure. Mark all, offers gift. And then let's say cages. Gets pets that I need to trade. Unless these haven't been deconstructed yet, which they haven't. It's probably because I decided to trade all these. Okay, now we're in the ad break. Wait. Cracking all my knuckles and wrists and such. So chat, what have you guys been playing recently? I know Stalker released, and I've dove into that maybe more than I should have or should have at this point for the level of problems that game still has, but I've been very much enjoying it. It's been a good time. Caves of Cud releases from early access on the 5th, which is like next week. So next week we'll be doing a bunch of Cud again. Candy Crush Soda Saga. Do you remember when they tried to copyright the word saga? What is Bazaar? I've seen some people playing Bazaar, but I've never actually seen any of Bazaar. Dynasty Warriors Beta. You have a taste in games, sir. It's definitely not the first thing I found for Bazaar. It's an auto battler. I've found like 5 different games called Bazaar and none of them are an auto battler. So, huh. Vampire Survivors. Nothing wrong with schlocky nonsense video games. Everybody's allowed some schlocky nonsense video games. My current nonsense video game is Utopia Must Fall. Let's just give the rest of this as a gift. Okay. How's the gremlin doing? The gremlin is currently socializing in my Metalsmiths Guild and wants to acquire an object and fight and wander. And pray to the dust of skulls is the other thing he wants to do. Let's bring the military back inside. You know, all things considered, I will say that moods are pretty damn good. You know, I'm going to sell that armor bin. What material are you? Be this one. One of these two. It's this one. Okay, so down here, that is now slated for removal. What year did this fort start in? 1011, I think, or 1012. I need to look at when the last fort left or died. Actually, does Goal say? No, I was dumb and didn't write it down. Yeah, I'd need to go back and look. I think it was either 1010 or 1011. So we've been here for quite some time now. I mean, for fuck's sake, there's a talc slab with secrets of life and death on it right there. So, you know, we've been busy. Although you are gonna go to cages. Grizzly bear cage. 14,500 for all those grizzlies. So now I need the cougar cage, which got partially removed and then they stopped. Do I prefer long history worlds? It changes and varies wildly. It depends on the world. Sometimes I do a long history, sometimes I do a not long history. It highly depends. There is almost no consistency in what I do in Dwarf Fortress. Almost none. They're just different, right? Like a long history world usually has a lot more zombies and like grim horrors. This one is weird because the humans and dwarves basically got annihilated immediately. So necromancy never actually took hold in this world. So it's just basically goblin domination in this world. Whereas in young worlds, you usually have a lot more titans and big creatures and such. So it highly depends on like what kind of flavor you want. I don't prefer either. Sometimes I'll do pretty young worlds, sometimes I'll do pretty old worlds, and I just kind of change it up. There really is no consistency in it for me. Cougar cage. So the cougars are less valuable than the grizzly bears, it turns out. Yeah. There really is no consistency to it, so. They will be leaving soon? Well, let's just trade this stuff then. Can't offer it as a gift. But I can buy their books. The Duel? Isn't that a movie? Like, wasn't that like Spielberg's first movie or something? The Duel? Although that's Choose the Duel, not The Duel. Cause and effect. My only mistake! It's a shit ton of exports I'm doing right now. Also, still a Baron, now just a higher ranked Baron, so wants more chests. Easy enough. There are no merchants trading. I wasn't able to get the cougars traded. But we were able to do quite a bit of trading. Also gonna go up to here. Gonna go to this. Say goblin, elf. Horse. All right. It's time to do... Do what? Exactly. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well, King. I know you were here earlier, but... I don't think I said hi to you earlier. Also checking my email, because that's something I'm just kind of doing maniacally right now. Got another email I need to look at later. You're surviving? Yeah. You've been hooked on, the game you've been hooked on is Skyrim towards... Todd Howard has your soul in his fingers, in his little fingers again? You know, I've been saying this for a couple of years now. If Microsoft wants to just get a bunch of good, free goodwill, they should just release a new expansion pack for Morrowind. Like, don't update the game at all. Don't make an HD version. Just release an expansion pack for Morrowind. It's such like a simple fix in my brain for some reason. And such a simple thing, it seems like to me, which is definitely not the case, and it's definitely hard to make video games, and that's definitely not just like an easy ask. But like, it seems so reasonable. I don't know, like, leather skin. Okay, what do we need here? Bones, yes. Okay. Tree life. Okay. Cloth thread. All right. Gem shining. Sure. Leather skin. Okay. Rough color. Okay. Blocks, bricks, okay. Leather skin, got it. Bones, yes. Tree life. Okay. Do I have wood? I do not have wood! That's what we need, is some wood. Oh, I see him in the wrong end of the map. They don't want to have to work for it? Nah, I'll bet you just digging up versions of the engine that are that old would be expensive. I'll bet you that there's something to do with that. Okay, Dranos is going to go fell a tree. You want to acquire an object, be with family. Do you have a family? No. This dwarf's not thrilled about their life. Oh. That seems not good. I'm just gonna go tell my squad to go kill this thing. Strange mood. Yes, I captured a gremlin and trained it. And it is currently my Baron. We'll have to update the title when it becomes a count. Right now it's just a Baron, it doesn't count. Of course they're trying to go this way. Grundle skeleton right there. Ah, there's a dwarf's right hand right there. That's a problem. So hopefully in a second we can get some dwarves up to here and get rid of this hand. I'm also just going to go right here. Just do this. I'm going back down to the previous project I was working on where I was actively trying to seal this area off. But we're getting back to that now. I'm also very low on sandstone, it seems. Let's see. Yeah, I've got tons. You love hearing Dwarf Fortress sentences out of the blue? What? We need to get this hand out of here? Is that the one that you heard? Yeah, well, we do. The Dwarf is currently operating single-handed, which is not great. To be frank, I would say suboptimal even. But yeah, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games that minus context can be quite funny. For sure. I also need to get rid of that Crundle skeleton. Well, I just kind of screwed something up here, but that's fine. I have an alternative. Connie of the Wolves has created Kith Kesmur Uzlurlebis, a pigtail vest, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. I'm going to assign that to my mayor because my baron can't wear it. Also, my mayor really wants to craft an object, so I will allow you to craft an object. Actually, why don't I just make a silk cap? Allow the mayor to do this. And you don't do other tasks. I'm also mildly curious about something. Sag. Still can't assign other things to my baron. What a shame. Wait, what do I have to give back to the rightful owner? But this is a pigtail vest. All craft storemanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pigtail and made from pigtail cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail and menaces with spikes of yellow jasper. On the item is an image of a decahedron in dolomite. On the item is an image of pear-cut gems in vulture leather. On the item is an image of Dashtube, the Master of Vines, the steel crossbow in rhinoceros bone. Dashtube, the Master of Vines, is withering away. The artwork relates to the disappearance of Dashtube, the Master of Vines, in the True Plains in the mid-autumn of 1017. It's probably me setting one of my artifact items on fire, actually. That should clear your craft object need. Yeah, there you go. Wants to be with family, but that we can't deal with, but... Oh, the hand has to be given back to the rightful owner. I mean, in their tomb, hopefully, probably? It's the most likely thing there. Dwarf, are you stuck? No? Oh, I see. You're just making a... You're making a bridge. Although this needs to be deconstructed so that I can do this. This side is the annoying side here. And then along here, I'm gonna build some more bridges because I use bridges as scaffolding. They're just convenient, easy, and quick to build. Oopsies. And then over here, continue around that corner. Has a spare Z level over the magma. Speaking of magma, we should retest this thing because this is now ready to be sealed. Dwarves have no access to it. Let's open this up. Let's seal this. So this should be sealed in a moment. That is now open, which means I can now go here and do this. And that shouldn't take too long to construct. And then I can test this sucker. Do you think they should add an incinerator building for burning trash? I don't know about an incinerator building specifically. I say, isn't the front door open? Yeah, it is. How the heck did you die of dehydration up there? Must have been injured. Huh. That's unfortunate. That or this dwarf went insane. I'm not sure. That's bizarre. But I don't know. I'm not really the sort of person to be like, I think they should do this. Because I'm not making this game. I'm not the developer of this game. And because of that, my opinion doesn't really matter. If I was the person developing this game or a person developing this game, then sure, my opinions would matter. I am just a content creator on the internet. I don't really feel I have the right to have... 1 second. Any major say over the game, but there should be a better method of disposing of materials. And that could be any number of things. That could be an incinerator. That could be a portal into a trash dimension. That could be better tutorialization. I do think there should be better trash disposal, but as for what form that takes, I have no idea. Let's test this sucker out. So, if you want to see me test my lava to see if it actually has pressure, or on how quickly it properly fills when it's filling properly. Okay, so it doesn't have much pressure on it, but when it fills properly, it fills quite a bit faster because it's no longer draining down into here. So it doesn't have a lot of pressure, but it does fill quickly, which is good. Excellent. Sure, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't need to be an incinerator specifically, but I am on the side of, yes, this game needs some better trash disposal. Although a lot of that is just tutorialization, right? Because stuff that's put into a refuse stockpile degrades at 400% speed, which, like, as an example, for bones is about 4 years, right? So still quite a while. But for clothing, that's about a month, 4 months for it to completely disappear. So if you just have a big refuse stockpile set up and you allow clothing in it, your old unclaimed clothing disappears very quickly. So, like, would a incinerator be more thematically fitting? Possibly. But refuse stockpiles do have the desired effect if you're aware of how their like intricacies work. So I think that that's maybe worth noting. This should be pulled in a second. Hasn't been pulled just yet, but someone should come pull it in a sec. Man, I wish I could assign my Baron to pull a lever. Oh well. Okay, that's closed. Now this can be opened. Oops. And Guac, by the way, it's good to see you. Bridges of scaffolding. Think it's gonna help you with the build. There you go. I mean, it's way easier than making floors than having to deconstruct them a singular tile at a time. Okay. Let's pull this. And this should drain very quickly. Yeah, I mean, bridge disposers also work. Yeah, that cleans up so fast. Beautiful. You'll love to see it. And another dwarf was found dead. Good God. Oh no, is it happening again? It's giant thrips. Okay. Dwarves, get the fuck back inside. I'm just gonna go out here and erase everything that's outside. Because this really, really needs to be changed. Sending the dwarves out on a patrol. I took one day off of Dwarf Fortress. What do you mean, finally? Like, I didn't stream Dwarf Fort for a day. Also, apparently we have wild cavies. I really want to get agitated wild cavies because I just think that would be really funny. How do you get spider webs? Find a place with spiders. Usually the caverns is where you will find spiders. Snatchers, protect the kids. Send these dwarves back to training. Swarm of angry guinea pigs, that would just be too funny, man. Like, too fucking funny. Okay, let's get that sorted and this sorted. It's not lifting. Oh. Also, I just wanted to double check to make sure all this works, which clearly it does. Also, I think I'm just going to make this whole lower area down here into a refuse stockpile. Just because it'll be so easy. It'll be so easy as a method of just disposing of stuff. So everything that's standard or well crafted quality. Silk, leather, plant cloth. It's gonna be thrown into here. We'll just burn it. Also, maybe wood. Armor. Shield. There it is. So a lot of this stuff, like even this stuff, is just going to get thrown into here. Also, gremlin leather, excuse me? Huh. Must have been a... That there must have been a gerblin. Not yarn? Oh, yeah, I guess I kind of forgot about yarn. Yar! I'm not really making anything with yarn, so... Yeah, I just kind of forgot about it. Okay, let's move down a bunch. Also, have you returned to Dwarfs yet, Sam? Or are you still waiting? And this can get deconstructed. This over here can go here. This right here can go there, and we'll build an additional bridge there. Waiting for an update for another game. Vintage Story. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. I'm kind of, like, amazed at how prolific Vintage Story has become. Because when that game first came out, there was a lot of people in my circles that were just like, this game's fucked because they're not releasing it on Steam. And I'm like, I think it might be fine. The mod they had before seemed to do okay. Just find it kind of amusing is all. It's amazing how monopolies shift people's opinions favorably or unfavorably towards something, whether or not, depending on if the thing is participating in the monopolies. Just going to queue this up right here, and an ad is about to pop. I'm going to go use the toilet. I will be right back.
You fucking donkey!
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Cheese for everyone!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Over here, he has a sword!
Is that interesting?
Hello, we back. I also grabbed my lunch.
Let's take a
Say
long
lovey,
way
Sam.
fruit. Let's
Say
make-
lovey.
remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything.
Are you in the fort yet? So you want a weaponsmith or an armorsmith if I in the game and gives... Okay, I don't think you have a dwarf here. I don't think I have any armorsmith. I've got one armorer. Which weapons?
Crypt beer.
Sorry, lots of sounds all of a sudden. Swedish, thank you very much for the 21st month. Welcome back. It's a long time. Which one do you want, Sam? Over here, he has a sword, is the most like game developer voice acting too. This one?
Over here, he has a sword.
Sam Texagon has 2 children. And they're both dead, I think. Oh no. Yep. One of them drowned. And the other one probably died to giant birds. His spouse is either left him or is dead. Doesn't have any lovers. He desperately needs some new loincloths. And he never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. He is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this since he values friendship. This is due to his trauma. He is very quick to anger after experiencing trauma and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He is absurtive and he often feels lustful. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass because of his trauma. And he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. And he is a little wasteful when working on projects. He has little interest in joking around and he has little interest in joking around, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. What a troubled critter. Yes, you are alive, Creed. We can check in on you in a sec. He dreams of raising a family and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent, would have peace at all costs, sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Likes graphite and bismuth and blue jade, as well as the color dark brown, gauntlets and crowns, and the words of the wonder of pantomiming, and prefers to consume giant magpie and sweet potato wine, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. I should butcher some of my giant magpie so you can have some giant magpie. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven, and he has a very long mustache, which is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven, and he has his somewhat narrow, his somewhat narrow, tall ears have large swinging lobes. You're a member of our group, of course. You are a member of the Meandering Denomination, citizen of this fortress, and you're a member of the Weaponsmiths, the Farmers, or you're a former member of the Farmers Guild, and you're a member of the Weaponsmiths and Metalsmiths Guilds. Welcome to the fort. And currently you're praying to the god of beauty. Sad tale. So yeah, once this thing is done cooling off, they should start distributing trash down into here. Which should happen pretty quick. Although I can also do it this way. Alright. So something I'm kind of thinking about doing that I feel like would be a lot of fun is if I can get this thing sealed off, filling it up with lava. Because this is my lava reservoir. And I think that like filling this up a bunch would be kind of dope. So I'm going to try and do that. Oh, I mean, hey, if the cat only hit one button on your keyboard, that's pretty good. That is pretty good if the cat only hit a singular button. Also need some more tombs. I'm going to use DF hack to automatically assign all of these. Should get constructed relatively quick. I mean, why do I need to assign other jobs, Lauren? They automatically assign based on who's the highest value. If a dwarf desperately needs to make crafts, I will specifically assign them to a stockpile. Or to a workshop, but I don't feel the need or find it necessary whatsoever to micromanage tasks. All I find is that makes things less efficient most of the time. There's absolutely no need to, because they just, you know, the dwarf with the highest skill who's currently available for the task goes and claims the task, which is totally fine. Like sometimes I will specify like, okay, this weaponsmith is legendary. They're going to be the only one using this weaponsmith shop, but outside of that, don't care. I use it for a few things. I think like it kind of overreaches in its features, El Deuterino, but for a few small things, it's useful, yeah. Rip Deuterino. Creed is a farmer and bone doctor. Your aunt is still alive, who's one of my wrestlers. Your cousin Volkov is still alive. And your cousin Reg is still alive. Same with your cousin Nish. You have no friends, though. You also really need a new loincloth. I think that, like, I didn't ever set up, like, automated loincloths. Let's just make 200 cloth loincloths. And then I'll make a second one. That will just work yearly and make 60. Not really. Ilmirin? Supposedly they're supposed to, but I've literally never seen it happen, so I presume they don't. Like, I've seen things in the wiki about that, but... like, they get happy when they walk past a tomb, like, but that's the same as any other furniture. It's not like a specific thought for tombs. Okay, so all of this stuff's just gonna fill this up. And then every so often I will just... yeah, a lot of this is just gonna be low quality stuff, but that's fine. Ghostly Siege Operator's been put to rest. But yeah, a lot of this stuff is just going to be lower quality clothing. Which is A-okay. Absolutely A-okay. Although I am going to permit this. Although... gonna remove this from the burrow and this from the burrow and set this as a, hey, dipshits, don't be dumb. There we go. You've had a dwarf claim a tomb for themselves and even though they weren't dead? Oh, that's interesting. I can't say I've ever seen that. Were they an official Telenartho? I didn't know that that was possible. Are you positive it did it by itself? Because I've never heard of this before. But regardless, that seems kind of wild. The more you know. You learn things about this video game every day. Giant tick is fighting with a grizzly bear. Probably is already dead. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Owned items getting stored right now because everybody's replacing their loincloths. Because everybody's getting new loincloths. So all of these dwarves are just like, holy shit, new pants time! Also, chat, caps or hoods? Caps or hoods? My captain of the guard needs quarters? Oh, you need nicer quarters. Okay. Cap, hood, Fight, 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 fight. So I'm just realizing we haven't seen this dwarf transform in a while. Crowns aren't a clothing item, so not really relevant here. Hoods, hoods, hoods. We gotta look like a cult. All right. I'll call it a tie, and I will do cloth, hood. It'd help if I spelled cloth right. We'll do both. 60 and 60. We'll repeat this yearly. So once this whole thing down here is full, I simply lock it and dump lava on it. We'll just do this periodically. And actually, you know what? We're gonna go all the way up to superior quality. Just to get rid of a larger number of things. Because personally, the more stuff I can get rid of down here, the better. Even though most of these dwarves right now are literally just hauling items. Like, there is a lot of store item and stockpile tasks right now. Like, a shit ton of them. Even though, like, a lot of these are actually just straight up new shoes. Okay, maybe not the superior quality ones then. Those are good enough that we can use. I mean, dwarves are still going to claim some of these. You started to not make headgear so you can see the hairstyles of the dwarves. Yeah, I feel like the headgear being invisible should be a toggle. Similarly to how you can make certain parts of gear look different in MMOs, you know? So you can see your head. Or like RPGs that like let you disable the character's face, basically, so you can see more of them. Okay, how the heck did iron get left in there? I didn't say anything about iron. Oh, I see. Yeah, those were there already, I guess. Okay. All right, no dwarf is inside, so I can just go over here, do this, do this. Then once both of these have been pulled, and that shuts. There we go. Can now go down to here and pull this lever, and we'll clean up all the trash. There it goes. Boom. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Much more dramatic than using a drawbridge, I say. But no, I get you there, Dan's Labyrinth. Also, this needs to be blocked. Oh, I see. It's just, it doesn't actually do anything. It's kind of a non-issue. So this right here can then get pulled. Because that'll shut this. Momentarily. Okay, Dwarf pulled it. There we go. So then the lava stops flowing, and I can open this side back up. And they'll start filling her back up as soon as the lava's gone. So excellent. All right, let's go back down to the caves and see where my construction task is at. I'm also starting to run a little bit low on drink. I might need to check in on that soon. Why bother covering your head if you don't cover your neck? You know, there's some like really weird physics around dwarf necks because dwarf necks were added to the game so late in the game's code base. Like, as an example of this, dwarves don't wear amulets on their neck. They wear amulets on their head because they don't know how to wear amulets on a neck. So when a dwarf equips an amulet, they wear it on their head, which I personally think is hilarious. I find that to be very, very funny. Let's go all the way across here. And then this all needs to be upped as well. Can't get their beards around the hoop, probably? Yeah, but it's the same for lady dwarves, right? I think their necks are just that big. That image is disturbing. Well, the thing is, like, dwarven necks were programmed after, or were programmed after the addition of amulets. So amulets were added to the game, and then necks were added to the game. So that's just how they wear them. They do have necks, but when amulets were added to the game, they didn't. So, you know, it's a good time. Also, I've got an idea. Put the stray giant cave spider right there. And I'm going to use the giant cave spider as part of my, like, how do I word this? My silk producing industry. And I've got a miner who's been possessed. I've got a text from 4 hours ago that I didn't look at. Hold on. I need to look up an address of a thing. Close all this. Done. But BC Yogi, thanks for that brand new Prime subscription. And Monia, thanks for the 18th month. Welcome back. There's also a Forgotten Beast on the screen now that we need to deal with. YouTube watcher here, you just finished up long... You just finished Long Death? Why? Who hurt you? Why would you do that to yourself? That's so long. That's like 1,600 hours of me nattering on about nonsense. I mean, more power to you, I guess. Good Christ. Just want to say you love my content. Keep it up. Well, cheers, man. You get to see the best of me and the worst of me in those VODs. That's glorious content. I mean, it certainly is capital C content. All right, so the Forgotten Beast, Asningkamut, has come, a gigantic, hairy, six-legged ceratops. It squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison nom-noms. Huh. Well. Okay, well, it's definitely beelining it to the fort. Can it get in here? No, I don't think it can. So it's gonna come in on this side, probably. But I'm not positive. Let's just follow it and see where it goes. The coastal itches. Is this like a sand reference? I hate sand. Gives me the coastal itches. Okay, we are the other direction, Mr. Beastie. Please go the other way. Other direction. South, specifically. Alphonse 12 Brown wants a round of beers in chat. Okay, it does seem to be coming up the way I wanted it to go. Seems like my... Uh-oh. Can you swim? Wouldn't it be great if this dwarf actually could swim? Dabbling swimmer, uh-huh. Oh no, I've made a horrid mistake! Are you getting any hits in? I've improved my armor, that was satisfying. How about your swimming, though? This is my fight, too, there's no... I've improved my skill, that is satisfying. Yeah. Well, how's that swimming skill coming along here? This dwarf's enthusiasm is respectable, but it's gonna be their downfall. Wow, did you just fucking kill it? Okay, one of my Marks dwarves must have killed it. I don't want you to lose that spear, man. Why can't dwarfs swim? They can, they just don't know how. Like, dwarves can absolutely swim, but it's a learned skill. So if dwarves don't learn the skill, they can't swim. All right, well... Here's what we're gonna do. We'll just do this. I don't know if this is still accessible. I think it is. Dwarves are very dense. Like, their bodies are super dense. So because of that, they don't have much buoyancy. Just remember, a lot of bears have the same density as a small bear. And also, that dwarf was wearing full steel armor. So, like, you try and swim while wearing a full suit of steel armor, and get back to me on how well that goes. Buoyancy or not. I don't think your personal buoyancy is super relevant to this. But you can, in fact, teach dwarves how to swim. Does armor calculate the swimming ability? No, I'm just justifying it. The miner has created Idos Khan, a sandstone grate, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. Well, I mean, we have had floods here, so I guess that fits. I think I will toss that grate right here. Oh yeah, no, I have a Dwarf Fortress Ideas video on how to train swimming. I also have one on Dwarven weight loss, which is significantly more fucked up. Because that requires, like, not drowning your dwarves, but setting them on fire for a few seconds. The thing is, like, that's one of those things where it's like, I know how to do it, I just almost never actually do it and practice myself. Just because it's kind of a pain. I could pretty easily make a Dwarf Fortress swimming setup. Spearmaster's been missing for a week. They didn't even see him die. That's the funny bit. One fast way to burn fat? Yeah, because the melting point of fat is lower than the burning point of skin. So the idea is you set them on fire long enough that they start bleeding, but not long enough that they burn. Like I said, it's kind of fucked up. But it does work. Dwarven liposuction is significantly more violent than real-life liposuction. I think this is the top of this too, which is good. You feel like there should be an ethics committee? Okay, it's called The Player. Don't do it. Also, there is a Dwarven ethics committee. It's in the wiki. ! Ethics. Not a casa. Is that from the notes of Jeffrey Dahmer? I don't think Jeffrey Dahmer had access to lava. Although, to be completely honest with you, I've never read his notes. Watched a couple documentaries, but that's about it. This is an odd... So I'm subscribed to a bunch of event organizers through Eventbrite. I just received an email about a supposed event from Eventbrite that says, "We will teach you how to correctly use a fork." And it's in the promotion section of my email, which means it's not like something I've signed up to get an email from. It's just them trying to promote something. So somebody paid to promote that. What do you think that is? I haven't clicked on the email. The subject line of the email just says, "We will teach you how to use a fork." How to correctly use a fork. It's got to be like some sort of like food manners class, right? It's got to be like one of those, "We will teach you how to like have the right table manners to meet the king," or something, right? That has to be what it is. There's nothing else that could be. I might catch a case of the English. Oh no, I would not want to suddenly inherit a British accent. Good news, the Caves of Cud video has hit 10,000 views. You know what's funny about the Caves of Cud video, chat? Is I've received a lot of feedback from from people saying, you know, I saw that video pop up in my recommended and didn't click it because I didn't think it was one of yours. or didn't realize it was one of yours. And then there was somebody else who's like, you know, I think this video would have gotten like 50,000 views in the first week if it had a dwarf on the thumbnail. So now I'm like sitting here and like going through this conundrum of, does that mean that I have to just like put dwarves in my thumbnail even if they're not even remotely related? Like if there's no dwarf material in a video whatsoever, do I need to put a dwarf on the thumbnail to make people watch it? I'd rather to have a live-elect than a die-elect, personally. You know, if given the option, of course. Get a dwarf mascot drawn that represents me? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't want to do that. That's a YouTuber thing I fucking hate. Is just dwarf on everything. Or just, like, icon on everything. Because, like, it can have a positive effect where people are like, oh, I know who this is. It can also have a negative effect where people are like, oh, God, this person. Or it has a negative effect where people just think it's all the same thumbnail. I don't know. But a gremlin in the thumbnail? No. No, I don't want to do that. Also, I'm, like, above average height. Like, I'm kind of tall, so that's a very inaccurate representation of me anyway. Uh-oh, out of water. I'm also out of coffee. Oh, quite. Next ad break, I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle. It's actually a pretty bad spot to put this. So I'm gonna dig this down one layer. Unforbid all of this. Dig through that. And then build a wall along here, maybe? Yeah, we'll do it that way. So let's dig a secondary stairwell right there. Just build a wall of diorite. You all hooked up? Yes, you was. And then all I need to do is channel through this. And this whole sucker's ready to go. Just gotta get all these wall pieces built. Turns out Rothwur's skeleton's kind of big. There we go. Just waiting on one more dwarf. A lot of this stuff is getting removed. Re-dwarf claiming their own tomb. And getting a good thought about it. No, I mean, I can see he's near his own burial receptacle. But, like, it doesn't... Yeah, like... So he already had it when you start this video, right? Because, like, you linked this. And you see him and he says, near his own fine receptacle. Yeah, like, that happens. If they have one. But... you don't actually see it popping up, him claiming it here. Unless I'm missing something. But yeah, like, he does have access to it. But you can assign dwarves pretty easily by mistake. I'm still convinced that's what happened. Go a few seconds after. Okay. I mean, yeah, like this. How far do you want me to go through this? Like, what am I looking for here? Feels fine remembering. Start at 10:16. Near a fine burial receptacle. Near a fine burial receptacle. Near a zone burial receptacle. But do you click on it before that? Like, where do you place it? I don't know. I feel like I would need to see it not claimed at some point. Also, that's not good. Hearing clicking. Rancher's been found dead? What? Crap. The hell happened to my planter? Dwarf was pretty upset, though, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, died of old age. Wow. You only see that happen in the first of spring. Has to be. Rest in peace, Dwarf. Such a shame, but rest in peace. You can dig that up. Yeah, no, I mean, I do believe you, but, like, that is wild because, like, that's something I've never seen happen before and, to my knowledge, hasn't ever been possible, so... Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if, like, they just have to like tombs or something. That's really strange. All right, this right here is going to get a wall piece placed in right there. Or not. There we go. A rare death? That's happened, I think, twice now in this fort. One of them was named. A force of vile darkness has arrived and is parley seeking. I will let them fill up the map for a minute, and we'll see what ends up happening. But this one, we can probably test the lava on. Wouldn't be too difficult. Who's excited to test out this lava distribution system? Yeah, I don't know. Because I am. But first, I just want to clear out this cavern layer with some other lava from elsewhere. Oh. There's not one, there's two dwarves stuck in here. God damn it. Grumble. Actually, you know what? I think I'm just gonna leave all of this claimed. And we'll just do this after the siege is done. Alright, so where Goblin's at? They're in a very inconvenient spot for me. Holy shiz, that's a big goblin army. Well, I guess probably the smartest thing to do here is to go all the way up to the top and just forbid everything. Because there's going to be a lot of things that I don't want my dwarves touching. Let's burn some goblins, chat. Let's burn some goblins. For making masterpiece loincloths. You'll love to see it. And also, I think I just pulled that a second time. Oopsies. So, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness, chat? If you happen to have a Vile Force of Darkness emote, please post it. Also, let's close this and open this and see if it works as a two-way. Goreship? What a good name, dude. What a good name. They named the spider Goreship. Well, it doesn't work as a two-way. That's unfortunate. Dear Giant Rhino, there's a cage trap right there. Please step in it. Dear Giant Rhino, you're very cute. I want you to be mine. Sparky, 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 thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. That means a lot. Really does. Look at that absolute unit. I don't think we're going to get us a Giant Rhino, though. Here comes the Army of Goblins. Actually, what all have they brought? Also. Oh, shit. So I forgot to close the back door. Yeah, I forgot to close the back door. Crap. Oh. Ah. Sorry. I had a momentary panic attack. I was like, where's my... Why did my gremlin drop his items? Did my gremlin die? No. Gremlin is just... a higher ranked official now? I think? Is what happened? One of my wrestlers was found dead. Arthur E. King is stabbing a goblin spearman in the upper lip with his spear, tearing apart the muscle. The commander of this squad isn't tired just yet. He is Claiborne. And he says, I've improved my wrestling. That was satisfying. The militia commander hacks the goblin lasher in the left lower leg with his axe, bruising the muscle. The dwarves are continuing to fight through the wall of goblins. But another one of my wrestlers has been found dead. A third one of my wrestlers has been found dead, which means I've now lost a chunk of my military. I have a feeling we're going to lose more of my military before this fight is over. They're continuing to fight. Most of my dwarves are now overexerted. Arthur E. King is overexerted. He's slashing the goblin in the upper body with his sword, tearing the muscles. With 5 notable kills and 10 others. Claiborne is also overexerted, but in a martial trance, so he gets a period of time where it doesn't matter so much. But begins to fall. So because I forgot to close a door, I think I just lost my entire military. Yes, I did. But I was able to get the door closed. It's a massive shame. Store item in stockpile. No, you're not going to do that. I can't let you do that, Dwarf. I cannot let you do that. The goblins are now running into the fortress. One of my Marks dwarves is standing at the door, shooting bolts at the goblin. The goblin is standing there stationary and in fear. The goblin is retreating back to his friends. I'm going to set this squad to off duty and take you off of orders so that you run away. So now I have basically no military left, so I have to get this door closed. Like, stat. Sweet, it's closed. How about the back door? And also something I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to go down to here. Because this one, which I can't remember where it's connected, but I know it's down here. This one will actually get a bunch of the goblins right now. Which is this lever. Has this been closed yet? Oh, I see. I haven't told them to pull this lever. Oh man, plus I had a bunch of dwarves outside. Jesus. What a horrible situation, man. Well, the good news is I can dispose of some goblins down here. The bad news is I'm not getting many hits. Well, I did hit something. How bad is the DF learning curve? It highly depends on how many colony builders you've played. If you've played a lot of colony builders, I don't think it's that bad. If you haven't played any, it can be pretty bad. Highly depends on your experience with the genre. But if you are semi to moderately experienced with the genre, it's absolutely doable. Pull this lever and pull this lever. Oh, something has collapsed on the surface. I was like, what? Why are so many more dwarves dying? Let's follow this goblin. Whee, splat. A bunch of them fall down immediately. Seems like the fire is doing some good work at the very least. And the siege is broken. But holy shit, that was an expensive siege. Like seriously, my god. Yeah, that's the way I like to describe it. Is Dwarf Fortress isn't hard, but it's obtuse, so it's kind of like learning a new language while learning to play it. But once you get through that initial learning curve, it like once you learn like the words that the game speaks, the game becomes a lot less daunting. I think I'll just open this, it'll speed this process up. These dwarves are gonna have food forever. Oh yeah, no, we are good on the food front. Drink's a little low compared to the food, but it's still high overall. Like, in the grand scheme of things, there is no food or drink shortage in this fort. Yeah, no. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is kind of one of those games where you almost need a thesaurus to play it competently anyway. Like, just to begin with. Okay, so there's, I think, yeah, there's definitely a living dwarf. There's several living goblins in this in the garbage chute. So I'm gonna pull this lever, and we're gonna see what happens to them and how long they live in there. I'm also gonna pull this lever. So let's go find a goblin. It's gotta be getting warm in here. It's gotta feel like an oven. Because in a moment, that's gonna happen. Ah, beautiful. Absolutely glorious. And it just flows down into here. Out into the caverns. How did it manage to go under the bridge? Because the bridge was open when he originally fell down there.
Almost Christmas.
Allegedly. Also, now I'm like questioning, am I completely pronouncing your name wrong? Because you guys were talking about it the last time you were here. If I'm horribly mispronouncing your name, please tell me. But thanks for the 8th month, mate. Welcome back. And like the 15 years or something of individual gifted subscriptions that you've probably done at this point. I'm not gonna lie. That doesn't change how I would pronounce it. But what's up, man? Hope you're doing well, dude. Neither, because I'm older than VTubers. Back in the day, people were just streamers, and some streamers played a character, and there wasn't this weird, absurd branding attached to shit, like VTuber. Like, use an avatar if you want, but why does it need to be branded? You're just giving crappy Japanese, like, agencies, like, credit for people being creative, which sucks. LaFonda, long time, how you been? Okay, so what I need to do is assign a new squad. Is Tired Poet one of the dwarves with a fever? Yeah. It's kind of amazing how quickly you can lose your whole squad with just one major fuck up. Oopsies. Nothing else is dying, it's just stuff collapsing. God. Horrifying, man. Absolutely fucking horrifying. I mean, you know that, not me. I don't know what you love in life, Lil Jaeger. And welcome back, Cloudthunder, for 20th month! Shadow X, how goes the fortress? I just lost my whole military. Aside from that, pretty good. Is it possible to build like a perpetual motion machine? Yeah, they kind of evaporate though. I'm not sure if that's changed. I don't really build them to begin with. Although there's some better ways to build them, such as just blocking off a river. Like if water had flow at one point, it always has flow, so you can like dam off a water drain and it'll infinitely have flow. Stuff like that. Actually, what I need is to unforbid all these and then go and do here and type in tomb. Yes, okay. Thanks for the 5-pack of subscriptions, mate. Thank you much. Also, we're about to get hit by ads. When those ads hit, I'm gonna just go get water. Because I am out of water. And coffee. But yeah, we are definitely heading towards the holiday season. DF is the least heroic fantasy of all. Lots of puking depression. It's just grim fantasy instead of high fantasy. I don't know what this heroic fantasy is. You can definitely have heroic dwarves. They just still puke everywhere. That doesn't make them not heroic. It's just more grim, dark fantasy instead of like, you know, high fantasy. Masterwork destroyed where? Everywhere. All over the place. Yeah, it was burned. There's probably some clothing. It's only possible when there's real danger? Sure. I mean, they don't show it in the Lord of the Rings, but there's a lot of people probably puking during the fights in Lord of the Rings, too. They just don't focus on it. Okay, so ads have just popped. I'm going to go grab myself some water. I will be right back.
Cheese for everyone!
Dude, I stood up. And you do a thing. How dare you? I wasn't looking. Missed it. Thank you very much for the 20-pack. Holy crap. Also, somebody opens up the bingo thing. It's been very underused since you vanished for a while. But thank you very much for the 20-pack. Jack, can I get at least 20 beers? Ah, it's all good. It's not really a priority anyway. Because holy shit, 20 subscriptions is a lot. Like a lot. As more stuff continues to collapse. I really wish it would rain. Dear game, please rain. You do rain sometimes. There's 4 jobs placing objects in tombs. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Well, you're gonna have to run real quick here, dwarves, because it's kind of hot in here. Fortunately, they can make it into the fort. Go! Ah! Man, imagine entering into a fortress and just straight up having to like run through a forest fire. Oh boy. Okay, well at the very least they can go around it now. Yikes. You know, this is one of the most accurate no, Kiddo, what are you doing? Oh, you're climbing a tree. I'm not gonna suggest that that's the wisest thing you could have done in that situation. Duder. No! Oh my god, that's dark. That is grim, dude. That is grim. He stopped bleeding. Hang in there, kiddo.
Bring out your dead!
I mean, teen, I guess. A child's been found dead. Oh, fuck. So this kid... Please don't tell me your siblings. No. So this kid is currently watching another child burn to death. The trees are in fact on fire. It doesn't always go up to the top, though. And he may also be able to pass down before it gets to him. No! Oh, no. Oh, no, man. Ugh. Oh, that is grim. That is dark, dude. It is so dark. You saw Olin's dead body. What about you? Well, can I get a big round of beers for both the 20-pack of gift subs and as a gift to the poor dwarves who are just simply in the wrong place at the wrong time? It's dark days. Dark days.
One full year of sub now. Feels so weird. Time needs to stop moving ASAP.
Time needs to stop moving ASAP. I feel you, dude.
Streams and videos. Here's to another year. Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Thank you very much for all of the support you've thrown at me. No banner flags. Really does mean a lot. Place item in tomb, reason item inaccessible. Oh, so it was surrounded by fire, probably. Well, the good news is the fire is very close to burning out. There isn't much of it left. Hey, chat, would you guys judge me if I extinguished the fire? It is mostly burnt out anyway, and it's done all the damage it's gonna do. I'm just kind of tired of hearing that sound. I mean, we did just completely recover our population, too. I'm just gonna extinguish all. You will judge silently? But saying you will judge means you're not judging it silently. But thank you. I do appreciate that. Judge it like a library, man. There we go, that's now shut. Tubal, the siege operator, has been missing for a week. Must have been caught in the forest fire. I gotta say, that might be the first time I've ever lost, like, more than one dwarf to a forest fire. At least in a very long time. And certainly a forest fire that, like, didn't have any external assistance to make things worse, if that makes any sense. Like, it didn't have any, like... It didn't have a dragon in it, it didn't have a titan in it, it was just lava. Or just fire, basically. Just because that was like the worst the worst timing possible for a migrant wave. Slabs engraved for you. Only you can prevent forest fires. Well, technically, I'm the one causing them. Because I'm causing forest fires by, you know, firing lava at the bad guys. Turns out it's quite effective. As a means of, like, personal defense. Speaking of means of personal defense. I'm gonna hit this button. We're gonna give this thing a pull. Although, are you the right one or the wrong one? You're the right one. Because I need to fill up this river again with lava because there's bones in it. It was a controlled burn? Sure, it was a controlled burn that became an uncontrollable burn. Neil, what up? My channels is in my Twitch channel or the channels in my fortress? I think the channels in the fortress are pretty cool. Neil, thank you very much for the 89th month. That is the maximum number of months. Also, the Big Duck redeemed a dwarf. I totally missed that. What kind of dwarf would you like? The Fellowship of Pantomimes has many worshippers in Cloudthunder and now requires a temple and priest. Okay, let's see. How many worshippers does this one have? 8. Well, they'll probably still get upset if I remove it, so... Question is, where can I put it? That's convenient and helpful. Thought I saw a dead body in one of these bedrooms. Let's just go back here. Perfect. Me unnamed barkeeps. I specifically do not have any bards or barkeeps in the fort because I have a gremlin in the fort. Gremlins have very low alcohol tolerance, which means if a barkeep or bard serves it more than one drink, it'll die of alcohol poisoning. I'm not going to do that because that would require me potentially killing one of my dwarves with alcohol, or one of my most valuable member of the fortress, my gremlin, with alcohol poisoning. So I will not do that. But if there's other jobs that you would like that don't require manual assignment, or something like I could do a scholar, perhaps, but I will not give you a musician or a bard of any sort, or barkeep, because I value that gremlin too much. Fisher dwarf. Probably don't have any fisher dwarves either. I have a question. Well, I have a fish cleaner, but I have no fishing permitted in this fort. I have a question. Why are so many people obsessed with fisher dwarves? It's by far, like, the worst form of crafting it permits. It is the some of the lowest value food. Doesn't give you that much food variety and just fills your fort up with garbage. Like, why do people like fishing? Is it like, because of the meme? Because of how bad it is? I don't get it. I don't get it. But if this works for you, Duck, well, we can give you this dwarf. Well, by default, it's a high-risk job, yeah. I mean, like, if someone were to just be a normal outdoor fisher dwarf in this fort, they'd probably just die to a giant animal in, like, T-minus 10 minutes. You've never used fishing? It is by far the most overpowered food stuff acquiring in the game. And the result usually is, oh, my fortress is full of mussel shells, or turtle shells, or some sort of other shells. Sounds good? Sure. You will retrain to do a real job. More likely sooner than not. Big Duck. It's Big Bird's cousin. Is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and does not find most jokes humorous. Can handle stress and is moved by art and natural beauty. Is troubled by this, as he's troubled by this tendency. I completely lost my spot. Can handle stress and he is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this natural tendency, and he is by this natural, since he dislikes the natural world. That's the words I was looking for. He is quite polite, and though he is troubled by this natural tendency in himself, as he finds dignified society to be stifling and silly. He values friendship and often feels discouraged, is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, finds so-called dignified people disgusting, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. He likes granite and brass and tanzanite and armadillo tooth. For a second there, I thought my gremlin was sleeping in the wrong bed. And armadillo tooth, barrels, and the sight of the scarlet emerald, and when possible, prefers to consume cave fish, artichoke wine, and dwarven sugar. And hates purring maggots. Worships the god of beauty, has several friends in the fort, and is a member of the Communion of Poems. Welcome to the fort. Yeah, the only thing I really have enough to do the flooring with is cobaltite or dolomite. Let's do gabbro for the center. Cut off the corners. And do dolomite for the edges. Although back in the day, there was a meme with fishing, which is you can't brew fish into booze, thus it's useless. But in actuality, it's just like I've been playing like Untamed Wilds and Haunted Biomes for too long, to the point where like having fishing early game is practically a death sentence to any dwarf you assign to fishing, which is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie, but it is still a death sentence. So basically, if you assign a dwarf to fishing in the early game in a really murderous biome, you're literally just dooming that dwarf to inevitable demise. However, if you don't do fishing, you don't really lose much, because it's pretty easy to just buy fish. Agitated giant aardvark. Well, I need these dwarves to just train for a while. No, because I didn't play the game when carp were the most deadly thing in the game. And also, the thing I like to remind people is that bug was only in the game for a matter of days. It's just a bug that kind of went viral at the time. Because it went viral at the time, people still ask Tarn about it in interviews. So people seem to think that it was like this prolific bug that lasted for a really long time. I mean, I remember hearing about it vaguely because I was aware of the existence of the game. But do I remember it? Nope. Did I ever play with it? Nope. Do I want to? Nope. Is all that junk? Most of it is. A lot of it is just low quality clothing. It's all either low quality clothing or damaged low quality clothing, with some armor mixed in there. Yeah, I also don't remember cats getting drunk. I have a question. Do you remember the bug where parents used to get ridden to death by their babies? When the game changed how... Wow, what happened to you and your clothing? When the game changed how mounts worked in adventure mode, which inadvertently changed how mothers carry their children, which swapped mother AI with baby AI, and baby AI is crawling circles until you starve to death? Like, there's other bugs that are just as wild, if not weirder, than the cats and the carp bugs. But nobody talks about them. Because nobody knows about them. It's sad. To be kind of honest, I'm actually a little just tired of hearing about carp, because it's like, carp was, like, to my knowledge, having talked to people who played the game at the time, for that week, you uninstalled that version of the game and you went back to a different version. Well, that actually carp was in the game longer than a week, but you uninstalled that version of the game and you went back to an older version of the game until Tarn fixed the game-breaking bug, because it was literally game-breaking. Like, if there was a carp on your map, it would kill all of your dwarves probably. And like, extraordinary frustration-inducing game-breaking bugs are never fun. They're fun to talk about, but it's strange to me that people ask me, like, do I remember those fondly? It's like, well, I remember when they happened. I never interacted with them, but if I did, I would have immediately stopped playing until that bug got fixed. Because game-breaking bugs are never fun. They are the polar opposite of fun, in fact. Okay, where's this water coming in from? Got a leak in here. I just need to shut this off. So maybe it's that. I don't know. I'm getting some weird lag. It's kind of what's going on right now. See any lava erupting from anywhere? Weird. I mean, as an image, sure, but certainly didn't make the game any better. No, I will say that, like, murder carp and, like, dwarven parents having kids causing them to get mind controlled to death, and all of those bugs were never fun. They're entertaining to hear about out of context, but they were never fun. Like, losing is fun when you have some control over it. Losing isn't fun when you have no control over it. This has, like, been my argument for RimWorld, like, misappropriating that term. Losing is only fun when you have complete control over why you are losing. Losing isn't fun, Fellowship of Pantomimes, if you don't. And if a bug breaks your game, even if it's a physical entity on the map, it's about as entertaining as your game crashing and you losing hours of progress. Which isn't fun. That's just my 2 cents. So I dread the day that Dwarf Fortress gets another bug like that, because I guarantee you, if a bug like that happened right now, it wouldn't become a funny meme. It would just get Dwarf Fortress a bunch of negative reviews. That's all that would actually happen. Which wouldn't be good for anybody. Wouldn't be good for the game. Wouldn't be good for people who play it. It would just suck. Like, I remember having a person in my chat who stopped playing Dwarf Fortress around one of those bugs happening. Even though it's funny to talk about in hindsight, it ruined his fort. Stop playing the game. Yeah, meanwhile, Skyrim, where you could get, like, hard locked in an infinite mining animation. I never really played much Oblivion, though, to be honest with you. I never owned it. I played a little bit of it at a friend's house. A little bit of it at a friend's house. Around the time it released. I don't know. I guess I don't find game-breaking bugs to be fun. If it's not game-breaking, then it's fine. But game-breaking bugs? I don't know. I never really found that to be fun. I mean, you can still get attacked by undead carp. That can still happen. They'll just die immediately. Like, a dwarf just needs to look at it funny and it dies. The way it should be. Okay, that should be completed. Then why is the most downloaded mod the bug fixes? Because bugs are bad generally. Bugs are fun to talk about. Bugs are not fun. And that's kind of how I feel about a lot of bugs. Like, bugs that just make funny... Okay, here's a good bug, actually, in Dwarf Fortress. Mega creatures such as Ettins and Giants and Cyclopses and Minotaurs being able to join religions and become part of factions and become religious leaders of those religions in Legends mode. That is a good bug. Completely unintended mechanic. That is a good bug. I like that bug. Excuse me, I like that bug. That's a good bug. Or the bug that makes things like endlessly get divorced and remarried in Legends. Doesn't have any effect on in-game, but you can have like two dwarves that like about 8 to 10 times a year get divorced and remarried. Is just really funny to see. It doesn't happen that much, but it happens sometimes. I'm not entirely certain what causes it, but like they forget that they're married or something and then like get divorced and then get married. It's like they just have the most, I don't know, I don't even know the word for it. Like, I don't know, they're just like the stars of 90210 or something. I mean, yeah, gremlins being able to join factions is a bug, right? Like that is actually a bug. But I would describe that as a good bug because does it break the game? No. Is it really funny? Yeah. Also, that's kind of fucked. I had a tree fall through my fortress down here, I think. Well, that's kind of terrifying. I think I'm just going to fill this in with wall pieces. It's always a tree. It's falling branches, man. Giant firefly is fighting. Ah. Of course, this is where they're coming in. At least fireflies die really easily. They're not a huge threat. So gonna need to chop down more trees soon. Finally off work. There you go, work. Congratulations on escaping the work. What's the plan? What's your plans for the rest of your non-work day? A force of dark vileness has arrived. This one didn't even bring a parlay. Let me check something. Looking for tomb jobs. Holy shit, there's so many store items in tomb. Okay, well... We're also about to get hit by an ad break. I will let the ad play through. When the ad is done... Where are you going? Picking up equipment? Tisk. Get back inside. Okay. When the ad is done, we'll unpause the game. Let's also unlock that. It's one done. It's two done. Oh, here comes one of my dwarves who's picking up equipment. And there's a goblin. Although there's now a dwarf behind them. Which is bad for my dwarf. And the health of my dwarf. So I will tell my dwarves to get out here and kill these goblins. Confirm. Poor dwarf is currently not wielding any weapon. He's just missing the goblin repeatedly. He's dizzy and nauseous and taking bolts and arrows. Meanwhile, the militias coming running out. All just novice and inadequate. Not particularly skilled, this bunch. They begin fighting with the goblins. One by one, beginning to dismantle them. I'm just going to tell them to go stand right here. And we're now in an ad break. We'll wait for this to end. Speaking of Total War, they just made a phone Total War. I just got a press release about a Total War that's for phones. Which is like, that's what you're using your time on? Why? Does anybody want that? Because I don't think so. I don't think that's where the audience for Total War is. Yes, I'm aware that YouTube has different ad break times. But there's no easy way for me to see when the ad breaks are, so... Plus, most people on YouTube just ad block them anyway. So I don't super need to accommodate for them. It just kind of is what it is. Also, I just realized we're above 1,000 subscribers again. Feels good. Feels good, dudes. It's probably just a Clash of Clans clone. No, it's like a legit... Well, I mean, it probably is full of microtransactions, but no, like, mechanically, it looks like Total War. Like, it's the same battles, and, like, the same unit UI. I mean, I do. I just don't play games on my phone, because my phone is a phone and a podcast device. I don't use it for other things, really. Although, I realize I'm kind of the outlier there, but... I feel like the audience for games on phones is, like, not the audience for Total War. But I could be completely off base there. It just really doesn't seem accurate. Alright. They did kill that dwarf. Does appear that the siege is now done. I was able to find the wrestler Maffle dead. Rest in peace, Maffle. bloody shame. Genuinely a bloody shame. Let's hope nobody else gets caught on this. Okay. Welp. I don't know who that was, but that was somebody. Rip that dwarf, I guess. .601, oops, wrong tab. I mean, how's the progress with this fort? Fine. Fine. Totally fine. It was going real well until I lost my whole military, and I would say it's still going well. Like, it's not going poorly. It's just like, it'd be nice if it wasn't going as poorly as it's currently going, I guess. It's totally serviceable, I guess. Let's just forbid this. Pull that. And also just pull this, because I'm just going to burn all this crap. Multiple keyboards? Why do you have multiple keyboards? Her phone is a book? Yeah, I also get eye strain from reading on phone screens. I would need like an e-ink screen, and not enough brands make e-ink screens. Yeah, just 2 Masterworks have been lost. Whatever. Whatever. A few more things need burning. Lava stop flowing. This can begin draining. There we go. This up here can be finalized. And then once this is done draining, we can let other things in. These giant rhino bones are going to take forever to burn. Same with the giant giraffe bones. And apparently those trousers. I don't think the dwarves say that, no. Do humans say it's human in time? I mean, asking if dwarves in their complicated language would say human phrases is a very silly thought to have. Not to mention human phrases from probably 1,000 years after the dwarves populated the earth, presuming they were ever here to begin with. Some impressive trousers. Yeah, just like withstanding the burning fires of lava. Truly is some impressive trousers. You know, why? Why? That's all I have to ask, dwarves. Why? I really just want them to fill this up. So what I'm going to do is something really mean. All right, so I'm just locking all the dwarves in here for a minute. No, it's working. All right, well, so get this sorted at the very least. Because I need this to get emptied. Because currently there are just far too many dead bodies in this thing. Oh, I also need to set this down to here so they can go get it. Because you're speaking human memes that were invented on the human internet by humans for humans. That's also Zoomer memes, Arc with a Bow. And Zoomers are children. We have very strict rules about children here. So I don't want to have to ban any of these dwarves from my fort, if they were to say such a thing. Exclamation point children, if you want to see the joke that I'm referring to. Devilish beat me to it. Yeah, I don't know. This is, like, obviously not something that is a perfect science or anything. I try and keep the general chat to not just be, like, nonsense Zoomer memes, because I hate to break it to you, but nonsense Zoomer memes are just kind of fucking stupid, and I hate them. So, like, you know, maybe try and not. That is the actual request there. Because it doesn't really benefit the chat at all. It just makes people feel stupid. A bit more because of your Zoomer nature. Yeah. It's possible for you to have a conversation without talking like somebody who, you know, has never read a textbook in their life. You too. Sniper. I don't think that's how, like, age works. You guys not doing this literally because this dwarf is sleeping here? Is that the problem? It's kind of funny. Oh, probably. I mean, I could just talk and lead speak, and no one would enjoy that. You know, like, that shit stopped being cool a long time ago for a reason. It very much isn't cool. Well, that was terrible for moods, but hey, sometimes you gotta do it. Who let this Ruthrer into here? Go end it, please. Thank you. Oopsies. We'll see when we see a sniper. Age is a state of mind. I mean, the ability to converse with other humans and respect other humans' wishes is a matter of maturity. I guess you could say maturity is a state of mind. It's not a huge thing to ask for, I don't think. Alright, so now the thing I gotta finish, so I got distracted by multiple sieges and losing most of my military, is down here. I don't know. I do probably, honestly, ask too much of Twitch chat. That's kind of a given. But I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. You feel at least 51? Word. The crowd here tends older. Yeah, that's true. Anyway. I'm not actually discussing anything super serious right now. It's mostly just a... No, I don't think dwarves say it's Dwarfin time. I don't think any sane adult says that either. But it's okay. I'm an insane adult sometimes. Celastaris is stumbling around obliviously, and nobody is surprised. It's the least happy dwarf in the fort. Also, because dwarves don't have a word for the word dwarf. So, because the word dwarf doesn't exist in the dwarvish language, they obviously wouldn't say it's dwarfing time. Some sane adults release Morbius a second time. You really like, with a straight face, saying that those executives are sane? I wouldn't agree with that. Not even close. Those are out-of-touch senior citizens, mostly. Okay, so that must be coming from that ceiling. You're not even 20? Sure. But that means you gotta do your other not even 20-year-olds a service and make yourselves look good. It's not that difficult. Yeah, also, if you're younger than the age of 18, please don't state that in my chat. Otherwise, I do actually, according to Twitch, have to time you out. And don't even joke about being younger than 14. People have had their accounts, like, disabled because of that. I know it's a meme to say I'm 12, but don't do that. Because it can get your account disabled. And while, yes, that is a really funny idea, I mean, you don't want to get your account disabled. Come on. As amusing as it would be, it's a pain in the ass to get your account undisabled. Discord will do that too? I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, now people are generally smart enough to not say it, but sometimes people still say it. So, I have seen it. It's just been a minute. It's just whenever this conversation comes up, it's when that meme surfaces, so I'm just getting out ahead of it so nobody bans themselves. I do not have a blue cloth factory now. Like, I don't even think there is... Like, there is some dimple cups in here, but I'm not doing anything with it. I think we're cooking it. I think you can cook dimple cups. I know you can cook dimple cup seeds. Oh no. A dwarf did the dyeing. Oh, right, duh. Yeah, I like basically never do dye or dyeing cloth in Dwarfport. It's just not a mechanic I really use ever. It's a pure dye ingredient? Well, I should throw it out then. So I thought that you could cook it, but wouldn't surprise me if that was incorrect. No, it's just a lot of tedium for not a lot of reward. It's usually how that stuff goes. Looking for that gold hammer. There it is. That's that. It's the legendary sword that the other dwarf used a while ago. Oops, nope, not that one. This one. Is. I want to say that's a pig iron spear. Is there a particular reason? Although it might actually literally just be we don't have enough tombs. Turns out you need to go through and reassign these after a while. Don't know why that is, but it's kind of a pain. There we go. Probably get married next year. Well, congrats. Can always sell them, not separately out of barrels. I generally try to just not harvest them. Also, full clarity here. I have absolutely no desire to know how old you are, so please don't tell me. There's no, material benefit to that whatsoever. I do not want to know how old you are. Please don't tell me. I shouldn't have to state that out loud. What's my favorite mechanic in Dwarf? Probably it's like faction and culture simulation. I find that stuff fascinating. So yeah, probably that. One of the artifact mechanisms. Yeah, that. Clother is making an artifact. Burial. It's an important mechanic. Favorite though? I don't know. Not gonna lie. I really want to go out here and pave this whole thing. Just kind of can't. Because if I do, we'll get attacked by giant animals. And that is terrifying. So I'd have to set up a patrol. Because what are we currently getting attacked by giant animals-wise? An agitated giant firefly, a giant snail. Well, at least, okay. Snail's not terrifying. Also, let's see how that cavern layer is doing. Pretty effective, I would say. This has been so far. There's one of those dwarves. It's a different one. But this all turning into obsidian, it's going to mean I can do more stuff with this water, because this is now just going to drain eventually. We can drain that out. Also means that future things that arrive down here are going to be less dangerous. Sure. Yeah, go in there, definitely. But what I'm going to have to do is dig down into here and chop down this tree once this is all sealed off. I love how it just like evaporates all of the water around it. It's always fun. What, the agitated animals? Certainly, but I have to kill them first. And they can kill any of my civilians. My military is currently undertrained. Everybody's cave adapted, and we don't really have a chance in a fight against them right now. So me going out there and fighting against those creatures is probably just going to result in my military dying again. So I need to retrain my military first, which is currently what I'm in the process of trying to do. But that's a slow-going process currently. And it's going to take a little bit for us to get back to that point where I can actively, you know, fend for ourselves against the onslaught of enemy. We have to do things kind of in a smart order here. That's all. If this is blocked, this would be much more efficient. But, you know, we're still getting there, slowly. Hope that gets hit pretty soon. Speaking of, I think it's kind of mean that the cave adaptation was completely bugged in this version until the game had been out for like a year, because we just like spent a year lulling all of the new players into a false sense of security that you can just let your dwarves stand underground the whole time, when that's very much not the case. And then suddenly it just got patched in, and then everybody got to learn what cave adaptation was all at once. Yes. I kind of feel bad for people who started playing in version 50 and then suddenly got hit with that. What's even funnier is it's like, it's not as bad as it's been in previous versions in the past. In the past, it's been so much worse. No, it's not a new feature. Nobody's saying it's a new feature, except for people maybe who've never played the game in older versions. But nobody's really out there saying it's a new feature that I've seen. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm very happy that it has made a return. I think it's a good feature. It forces you to be smarter about your fortress
Big
design.
50.
The Big 50! The random vomit adds atmosphere. Yeah, sure. I don't know if I'd call it atmosphere, maybe a horrific aroma. Atmosphere isn't the word I would use, I guess. Fighting with giant bugs. But seriously, Cyrolac, thanks for the big 50. 50 whole months. Keeping that subscription alive, so thanks, man. Then I get a big round of beers for Cyrolac keeping that sub alive for 50 months. Channel's changed a whole lot in that time. So thanks, man, for sticking through it. Speaking of the channel changing, I think we're going to do like maybe another 40 minutes to an hour of Dwarfs, and then we're going to go play some... why did that... Oh, because I was deconstructing. I was like, why did you just deconstruct that? Duh, because I told him to. And then after that, we are going to go play some more Stalker. So if you, you know, stick around for Stalker, that'd be cool. But we will be playing a little bit more Dwarfs here. Must keep beer emote. It is allegedly a good emote, some people say. Some people really like that beer emote, myself included. And I'm going to go up to here and say rock mechanisms. And make him out of gabbro. Let's just do 20. Bot's a little slow on the draw. He lags sometimes. He's got to pour a lot of beers, dude. It's not exactly a quick job for the poor guy. It's your most used emote next to that. Yeah, it's funny how that works, eh? Like, there's a couple channels that I've just stayed subscribed to on Twitch for years because, like, I just use the an emote or two that they have a whole lot. It's like, well, like, I couldn't imagine being on Twitch without this emote, so I guess I have to keep subscribed. Also, because, like, they're my friends, but, you know. You want to help see your friends succeed, and if you can help them do that, you want to do that in any way possible. At least, that goes for me. What the hell is happening over here? See if I can station them there and if they'll just shoot it. Celistaris is throwing a tantrum. Huh. It's claimed to clothes shop. Well, Dwarf is off doing clothes shop things. It's gonna have pig iron in it, whatever it is. Okay, that's nearly done. That's getting deconstructed. Then we are sealed up on this level. Section of cave is collapsed. Oh. Well then. It's pretty violent. It also killed a cat. That or I just found a dead cat who's been there for a while. I'm not sure which. Also, Cattle was found dead? Celestars, did you just kill Cattle? Chat, Celestaris just killed a dwarf. And Ustoth here is going to go report a crime. Which means we have our first convicted criminal in the fort. And the captain of the guard is sleeping through it. Likely, yeah, that the cat sweat got killed. Also, apparently I'm in an ad break. I thought it was about to be an ad break. Can gremlins have killed children? Sure, if they have a spouse. But there needs to be a second gremlin. The trap is armed and set up, so if a second gremlin appears, we could catch a second one. But I haven't seen any other gremlins. So I'm not exactly holding out hope here. I'm very much not expecting to get a second gremlin, I'll put it that way. That they're allergic to the surface? I've always described it as like severe vitamin D deficiency, but sure, allergic to the surface works. Sorry, I had to cough and I panicked and hit a bunch of wrong buttons. I was looking for the mute button and I missed. But yeah, baby gremlins are adorable. Gonna go beat a criminal. Curious if this dwarf is also going to chain up the criminal. Yeah, there you go. So Celistaris is haggard, injured, winded, and being dragged to the prison. Which is right here. And I'm also going to connect this to the hospital so that they can get their injuries tended to. I'm also going to give them a bed. Because, oh wow, you're also repentant? That may mean that they actually get helped. Wollaston Hospital. Needs stitches and various other things. You can finally pay attention to what's happening. There you go. That's also a very quick commute you've got there. I'm sure many people would be jealous of that. I'm making my prison into also something that doubles as a hospital so that they can get wounds tended to. Yeah, there you go. Satisfied at work. I've got doctors tending to them now. Which means, yeah, they've got their initial thing done. So I've got Rovod here giving stitches while holding a pickaxe. It's quite the skill, though. Let me tell you. I've had a bath. I'll hang in there, Dwarf. 20-minute bike ride? Oh, that's pretty good. It's hard to beat that, let me tell you. Certainly hard to beat that. Okay, well, this is all starting to cool off down here. So well, first off, we can just go chop down all this. But secondly, I don't actually know where that dwarf died, but it may be very dangerous, actually. So I'm just going to erase the chopping down of the tree. I'll eventually just channel it into here, I guess. We'll do it that way. This is also completely disconnected from the surface, it looks like. Same with this one. Now that I'm looking at it, especially now that all... Yeah, no, this is completely disconnected from the edge of the map. This isn't filling from anywhere. Bembool, the clother, has created Tusta Melatis. Sure. And claims it as a family heirloom. It's a family heirloom. It's a pigtail shirt. Makes a fancy jersey with their family name on it, right? This is a pigtail shirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square-cut white opals and decorated with pigtail. And helmet snake bone. Encircled with bands of pigtail and round sandstone cabochons. There's a hungry water buffalo over there. And pigtail cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of sandstone and menaces with spikes of pigtail and sandstone. On the item is an image of a swan men in pig iron. On the item is an image of a Cody man in sandstone. Just gonna jump up to this. Scroll down. Just assign a whole bunch of things we don't need. It's up there. Also, I apparently have a ghost named Obok. I need to deal with. Oh yeah, also I've started working on the Ghost Fort video. So hopefully I'll have that out in time for Christmas. Nice horror film. It'll be good times. $1 store had Terry's orange chocolate balls for $3. It's not much of a $1 store if they're $3. Up here, I feel like there should be a petition made to rename all dollar stores to $5 stores. Which is like $1 cheaper than other stores. All right, I thought that Terry's chocolate orange was a holiday thing. Not a Halloween thing. Is Terry's Chocolate Orange really a Halloween thing? Mildly curious. How's the hot potato doing? The Rimworld hot potato is happening right now, if anybody's unaware. Just curious about how much money they've raised. $11,000! Damn. My stream team organizes a charity event twice a year. We've done one for Dwarf Fort and one for Rimworld for a while, and the Rimworld one has started earlier today and has raised $11,000 for Doctors Without Borders. So shout out to them. Jess has it right now. Currently is running the charity stream. Okay, Obok, you go over there. Or Obok's tomb goes over there. How's your gremlin doing? Excited, remembering performing, getting into an argument. Bored after being unable to wander for too long. You know, I'm going to assign my gremlin as a scholar, if I can. No, I can't. Grr. That sucks. Link to it? Yeah, sure, I can shout out Jess. I'll just make sure I got the right number of H's in her name. Yeah, I did. What can our Lord Gremlin do? Nothing, really? Like, honestly? The force of dark vileness has arrived. Let's do that. Do this. And hope that they come in here and die before trading is done. Let's also... that's this one. Pull this lever. Hoping I ambush them in time. Incoming giant thrips. Come on, get that door open. Okay, the goblins are currently dying, I think. The giant thrips. Not entirely sure what they're fighting with. Or, wait, hold on. Oh. So the goblins are coming from one faction. And the thieves are coming from a different faction. So the goblins are killing the other invading goblins. Okay. That's kind of nifty. Also painfully convenient. That's about to erupt. But hopefully I can just make them surrender and leave very quickly. Seems that my soldiers are learning the ways of things pretty quickly. Okay. Siege is done. Send them both back to training. And then I can go over here and open this. And then we'll just burn all this stuff. Because now I'm waiting on traders to arrive. Oh, also I should probably turn that off. No beard, whatever, some sort of scholar if possible. How about this dwarf? Ida. Not the happiest dwarf. Stormwolf, the scholar, Never feels discouraged, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and often acts with compassion, is conflicted by this, since she sees these tendencies as an impotent on the quest for knowledge, or on the quest for power. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is quick to form negative views about things and doesn't handle stress well. She is quite ambitious, and she is slow to trust others, and she is curious and eager to learn, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family, and personally sees the whole notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, and sees peace as preferable to war. Sees power over others as something to strive for, and values cunning, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Doesn't really respect commerce. So you'd be a really good, like, captain of the guard. You have a pet horse? What is wrong with you? Anyway, we ate it. And you want to be with family, of which you have none. You do have a friend in the fort, and you're a member of the metalsmiths and weaponsmiths guilds. Welcome to the fort. Okay, I'm gonna forbid that. Go up to here. Well, actually, no, don't go up to there. Go over to here. Grab that. Whoosh. And I would say you love to see it. Rip to your horse, I guess? Yeah. Probably what happened is it was your pet originally, and then you most likely... it most likely died of something or another and then got butchered, is probably what happened. Because sometimes pets get butchered, sometimes they don't. It's always weird when they do, to be honest, but... I think I'm just going to fill this whole thing up with lava for a bit. Just kind of dump a lot of lava into here. But yeah, we'll be raiding into the hot potato basically all weekend. Because I think it's going until Monday. It's going to be a long one. The RimWorld hot potato, well, we'll just say that RimWorld has a lot more people playing it than Dwarf Fortress, so it's a lot easier to find a large number of streamers to participate in a charity event like that. And all this stuff down here burns, which is also very convenient. Uh-oh, I didn't want it to do that immediately. Let's open that back up, or close that again so that this fills up. So I got those big things that are just burning. Kind of just want them to finish burning. I'm hoping that if I completely coat them in lava, that'll help them burn quicker. Wagons have bypassed my inaccessible site. Welp. No wagons this time. Uh-oh. Question is, am I gonna run into problems with forest fires? No. Okay. Whew. Was a little worried for a second there, but nope. Turns out my worry wasn't necessary. Speaking of worry, how many evil things are on the map that want to kill me horribly? Literally none. Yeah, okay, so, wait, actually, what? Was that the right screen or the wrong screen? Yeah, there's currently no agitated wildlife on the map. So because of that, I'm gonna do something a little silly. I'm gonna disable my dwarves' current need to be somewhere specific so that I can sell everything within reason. You've done it? You've got Dwarf Fortress? So what does this mean for the rest of your... well, I mean, fortunately, you have a short commute, right? So because you have a short commute, you have lots of free time around your job, I would presume. And because you have free time around your job, that would mean that that's extra time for Dwarfin. This seems like a net positive for both you, but a negative for your free time, though. One of us. One of us. One of us. A remote dwarf? Oh, the dangers of being a remote dwarf is you get fired from your job because you have no time to do your job because you're too busy with the dwarves? Is that the dangers of being a remote dwarf? Or are we referencing something else here? I'm also kind of curious about how many quivers I have. It's probably way too many. Not as many as I thought. You can make quivers out of silk? I thought they were a leather-only thing. How did I not know that? Today I learned, I guess. I guess because I almost never actually make them. No cleaning to be done. There you go. Oh my god. That's kind of terrifying. Because that could have gone horribly wrong. Well, I'm glad it didn't. You know, I've picked a really bad fort to just start, you know, burning the surface with because, being completely honest, stuff's too close to the surface for that. Because when stuff collapses and it just kills us, it's like, well, didn't have to go that way, but I'm just kind of making it into an inevitability these days. Not really, because there hasn't been anything major that's been added to the game mechanically since those days. So no, there's nothing that I've added to the tutorial. Oh no! Did we lose traders? Ugh. Well, the good news is I got a bunch of free crap. The bad news is the traders got scared away. By something. God knows what. Also, is that a named giant skink? There is now an agitated giant snail. Fortunately, we can walk faster than it. Factorial DLC 100% achievements done. Oh, that's why you've been so quiet in the chat for the last week. Well, congratulations. You continue to impress. I've come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. Well, at the very least, somebody made it into the fort. They want blocks and cheese. Blocks of cheese. Got it. Still considered just a baron. Oh, I see. He is a count now. I still have his name listed as Baron, but I will allow him to be Count of Ink 1. Our gremlin is now a count, chat. Fortunately, all of his bedrooms still match his needs, which means the king can now just show up, which is pretty cool. Oh my god, these are still burning. Holy shit. That's nutty. That he's a stray count? Yeah. Yeah. Being a stray is just a fact of his existence. I kind of want to watch this fall down. And we are now a duchy. But yeah, that's a lot of achievements, Raging Cave. 180 hours in 3 to 4 player co-op. Oh, good God, man. That is a lot of time. Well, congratulations. I have no idea what's involved in getting 100% of the achievements in Factorio Space Age, but that sounds like it was a lot of work. And so, round of applause to you, and thanks for throwing money at me. The internet's weird, you know? Other people achieve cool things and they give me money. It's like, wait, shouldn't you be taking yourself out for lunch or something? But thank you. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Also, this squad can just be deleted. Figure out what I'm going to do with them later. Four to 5,000 in total war? I don't know, because like, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is like somewhere in like the 12 to 13,000 hour range probably at this point, but I don't have exact numbers because a lot of that time wasn't ever tracked, right? So it's really hard for me to say specifically for Dwarf Fort at the very least. As far as other games go, at one point I had, oh boy, it was like 1,100 hours or something in League of Legends, because there was a, oh, sorry, no, not 1,100, like close to 10,000 hours over 2 accounts in League of Legends, because there used to be a website called wastedonlol.com where you could like look at how many hours you'd spent on League of Legends. And I was in the, you know, tens of thousands of hours like mark there. So I would presume it's probably Dwarf Fortress, but I'm also not entirely certain. Although I also haven't played League of Legends since fucking ever. Very long time it's been. So it's very difficult for me to actually tell you. Because I don't actually know. $2,750 in Satisfactory. There you go. It's a good value for your money there. All you ever hear about that game is how happy everyone gets after leaving it. Well, I mean, it's one of those games that just has a very toxic multiplayer community, right? That's all it really is. Like it's serviceable, it's fine. Like the League of Legends isn't inherently a bad game. And I wouldn't even say that the community is inherently bad. It's just one of those games that's very competitive. Competitive games just bring out the worst in people. That's all it really is. Like it's not that people necessarily get happier when they stop playing it. It's just competitive games tend to be like that, right? Like if people quit Counter-Strike, they tend to say the same things as they do when they quit League. An ad break's about to hit. I will pause the game until the ad break is done. Although there's something I'm just going to fiddle with this for a second. So I'm going to add shields. Can never remember if those are in their own... Okay, no, they are. Sweet. You win EVE Online when you quit playing it? Yeah. Oh shit, did I? Oh wow, I literally made this face the wrong angle. Okay, well, sorted. Yep, I did. Well, I have no fuel right now. So you're making charcoal. I mean, the way I always describe ASS, quote unquote, is an automatic survival shooter, which is one of the terms used to describe vampire survivors. They're ASS games. So if you're a fan of ASS, you probably very much enjoy automatic survival shooters, such as Vampire Survivors. You get the game now. Thank you for your videos and streams. Well, cheers, mate. Sorry for not looking at the YouTube chat often enough, but... My glasses are dirty currently. I need to... Thought that you were having a stroke. One of my two favorite facts about Vampire Survivors is, one, there is no vampires in Vampire Survivors. Well, there are actually three favorite facts. Two, there's also no vampires in the Vampire Survivors DLC that is Castlevania themed. It's literally just like the playable characters from Castlevania that aren't vampires, which is funny. The guy who made it, his previous job was programming the displays for casino slot machines. And one of his goals while making the game was he wanted to be able to like practice stuff for work without making another gambling device. So he was literally just trying to make a video game that was about as interactive as a slot machine. And you know what? I would say he successfully did it. The reason Bullet Heaven is a bad name is Bullet Heaven is a franchise of bullet hell games. Mostly not localized here and generally localized in just Japan. But like, if you want to see how to ruin a database real fast, start calling a game genre the name of a game franchise. So personally, I'm like, maybe don't do that. Just because like, it's kind of bad. You know, for a lot of reasons. Yeah, but at least it says like, right? Because they didn't call them Bullet Heaven likes. Also, Bullet Heaven is nothing like Vampire Survivors. Bullet Heaven is like a 2D scrolling shmup, like an Ikaruga. Nobody says Diablo-like. People just say action RPGs. If anybody unironically says Diablo-like, then they don't know what a video game genre is. But yeah, Survivors types games is funny. Those games are just like a parody of themselves. Krav was found dead? What? Okay, Dranos was... Did you two just die to a giant snail? Well, that's just embarrassing. Imagine dying to a giant snail. So wait, hold on a second. When you say the D4 dev, do you mean the developer of the video game D4 or do you mean Diablo 4? And also, since when is Twitter relevant enough to say that somebody made a tweet and then anybody is expected to take it seriously? Come on. Okay, well, Diablo 4 is an action RPG. And you know what you use Twitter for these days? The actual use for Twitter, aside from just as a haven to be an absolute belligerent racist. The only thing that you use Twitter for is you say a thing that pisses people off, okay? And then when you've pissed the people off, then a lot of people interact with it because that's the only way you get people to interact with things on Twitter is you make them angry. So once you've pissed everybody off, you have said the shitty thing to make everybody mad at you. You then farm money off of the retweets, right? So if a developer of Diablo 4 is saying that, they're doing that because they know it'll get a lot of interactions and retweets and piss a lot of people off because it's stupid, wrong, and just a dumb thing to fucking say. And repeating it is annoying because all you're doing is surfacing a dumb thing somebody said to make some money on Twitter. So, the only useful thing for Twitter these days is to never talk about Twitter. Because it's a trash website for terrible people, and if you're still using it, fucking do something with your life that's useful. Sheesh. Oh, Rem is a duke, by the way. I wouldn't even say use Blue Sky. Like, I'm on Blue Sky, sure, but like, just, here's an idea. Don't use social media. Like, nobody wins when you use social media, except for the people that are harvesting your data through the social media. If you need to use it for work, use it. Otherwise, just don't. Well, you should use Blue Sky if you want to pursue artists these days, Selawek, because any artist who values their artwork should be off of Twitter now, because Twitter is taking any and all data that is put onto their website and using it to train their AI. So any sane artist is off of Twitter. So go to Blue Sky and seek artists on Blue Sky. Don't encourage artists to be on platforms that actively steal their work. Just saying. Like, Twitter isn't even useful for that anymore. Like, I used to use Twitter as a means of, like, discovering indie games. But it's useless for that now. Because the only people that are still on there are terrible people, generally. Because the only people willing to tolerate Twitter's nonsense are people who aren't bothered by it. And if you're not bothered by the shit that people spew on Twitter, I don't think I want to be your friend. That's all. I don't think that's a hot take. It's gonna buy out Truth Social. Truth Social being referred to as a legitimate social network is one of the funniest things to me. It's like Rumble being referred to as a legitimate video hosting platform. With dwarf-made ponds, they need to actually have a source of fish in them, which means water needs to have access to where fish are spawning. And fish appear in very random places in the map. So, essentially, in order for you to have luck with that, there needs to be a way for fish to get into that pond. And I've done some experimenting with that in the past, and it's been a long time. Basically, like, you need like a floodgate that connects to it and then closes it. Like, it needs to have some sort of physical connection to wherever the fish are. Hey, suited giraffe. I'm going to be as clear as I possibly can. Change the fucking subject, please. I don't want to talk about Truth Social. I tried to make that clear with my initial statement, but you memeing about it is not helping. So stop, please. Save us all the brain cells. I'm not playing without DFhack, but I don't use any of the features that DFhack provides because I find them useless. I don't need you to evangelize a piece of software I've been using for years. It doesn't really benefit you if you don't find the quality of life automation services beneficial, which I don't. And I don't need the game to build a fort for me. I don't need the game to cheat on my behalf and make the game easier. I don't need the game to tell me things that I don't want to know. And I don't find it particularly useful, outside of occasionally using it to debug the game if there's a problem. So like, if something is obviously stuck or broken, I will use DFhack to fix it. And that's the extent of my DFhack usage. Sure. I use the burial command all the time. That's basically the only one I use. I have a question. Why do you care how I play Dwarf Fortress, whether or not I use DFhack? Why is that a relevant thing to you? It's always perplexed me a little bit. Like, DFhack, it's like using the command line in a Bethesda game. And a lot of the features it provides are just straight up cheating. And it's like, well, okay. Do you get a benefit out of it? Cool. But why do you need to interrogate me for not playing the game the exact same way you play it? I've never fully understood that. I don't think I ever will. Sure, I'm a very good player, so why would I need it? You know, Krug Smash doesn't use DFhack. A lot of people like myself who've just been playing the game for forever find the automation that DFhack provides more of an annoyance than a benefit. He's arguing with YouTube again? If you think I'm arguing, you've never seen me argue. Sorry about that, Ermalak. Yeah, no, YouTube chat is asking if why I'm not using DFhack or if I'm using DFhack. At which point I just have to say, well, I am. So, don't know what else to say. You're allowed to change the subject? No! Of course you can. What do you want to talk about? Normally it's just me being silly, so at least someone gets an opportunity. Stream's brought to you by Greg Rants. That's a meme I forgot about. Ooh. Cooler, I like it. I'ma ship it. Unless it needs some more adjustments. If it doesn't need adjustments, I'm gonna ship it. Oh. Found a farmer dead. It seems like they died to a giant bat. And if you thought that was bad enough, it just got worse. Nope, not sandstone. I need this to be a lava-safe material. It's all good, Gokhan. In YouTube chat. It's just one of those questions that, like, will forever baffle me. I think there's a major, not problem, with the Dwarf Fortress community as a whole, but there's a bit of a problem with the old school Dwarf Fortress players, or like the very dedicated power players, with an over-reliance on DF hack and an over-reliance on encouraging new players to use DF hack. Because in my opinion, if you've just downloaded Dwarf Fortress and you're still in your first 100 hours, you should not be using DF hack. Even though it does provide some benefits, because it'll help you learn the game in a way that actively makes the game harder for yourself in the long run. Because you will learn a lot of bad habits if you lean on all of its automation. Even though some of that automation can be useful, and I will not deny that, but it will put you in a situation where some of that stuff that you're providing, that the game's providing you, that you're getting used to, negatively impact your ability to play the game in the long run. So, the Forgotten Beast Lyetha has come, a gigantic one-eyed serpent. It has a long swinging trunk and a gaunt appearance. Its chartreuse scales are small and close set. Beware its poison sting. Wear it. Okay, that I can fight. Fortunately, it's in a convenient place. Becomes a crutch? Yeah, that's one way to put it. My Marks Dwarves are shooting bolts at it, although it seems like I'm about to lose a Marks Dwarf. I think my Marks Dwarves are going to be able to kill it. Oh, please tell me you got it. Damn it! I was going to say, if Kiddo just got it, that would be fantastic. The child did jump out of the way, and the child says, there's no need to feel vengeful. Yeah, I lost my, leader of the Marks Dwarfs. Oh well. Can't get a new one. Reminds you of a tube fish? Yeah. I'm sorry, what? Oh. Huh. I guess I never really contemplated that that might start spilling in there. Whoops. Building to trigger. There we go. I'm not sure what a pipefish is. Jesus fuck. You haven't touched that post steam? Yeah. No, I mean, like, DF hack is a tool for power players. And if you're learning the game, you shouldn't be using tools for power players. It's not the most popular opinion, but it's an opinion that I've had pretty firmly as long as I've played. especially as long as I've been making tutorials for this game. Like, there's few things more frustrating than having to tutorialize a game with the assumption that people have more information that the game doesn't actually provide for them. Like, I don't know. Like, DFHack has some useful tools in it. I'll never deny that. But it provides way too much information. Like, as an example, for most RPGs, you're not going to use an overhaul mod the first time you play. Right? You're probably also not going to cheat your way through all of the starting quests in any game. Whereas, like, DFHack will just straight up tell you how many, like, hostile units are left on the map. How are you supposed to have accidental fun if you know how many hostile units are still on the map? How are you supposed to, like, learn to keep an eye on your stairs if it tells you specifically when a dwarf is stuck? I don't know. I really wish that people would stop recommending it to new players. But, you know. What can I do? The answer is not much. Nice. So this now should just fill up. And because I pumped lava out of here, it should fill up faster. So lava is now coming out of here, down here, going up into here at the bottom, pumped out of here, and then all the way up to there. This is going to give me more lava to have for the initial Gusher Fest. And should give me more lava pressure as a whole. And also should burn this stuff much quicker. I would think anyway. Why is this troll arm not burning? Okay. The next one I'm going to do is a little bit higher up here. Because we're going to need to block this off. And block this off. Oh, shit, right. Yeah, this cavern layer I don't even have access to right now, I don't think. Yeah, no, we straight up don't. Artifact troll arm, I guess so. Maybe something weird going on with temperatures right there. It'll probably burn. Nope. Okay then. It's like, yeah, it'll probably burn. Is not burning. Well, I don't know what to do about that then. Well, this area is next anyway. Let's also just drain all this stuff out. It's just a Crundle running around. Welp. Every day he Crundling. What's up, Rafts? Well, cheers, mate. Glad you like the videos. Glad you're getting something positive out of them. Havoc is making an artifact. That's one of the starting 7. Which is ironic, considering, like, he's been a miner the whole time. Mining is one of the most dangerous jobs in the fort. You see, like, I guess that's just like this is what Max Morris in YouTube chat writes this. I'd say Dwarf Therapist is more useful, but mostly just because all of the obfuscating text hiding attributes and such is so ridiculous. I could not disagree with that more, because the text which hides attributes is what gives Dwarf Fortress its storytelling capabilities. Like, the power and what makes Dwarf Fortress intriguing and interesting is that text. And if you just remove that, distill it down to numbers and just singular stats, you lose the character development that Dwarf Fortress provides. So you're essentially robbing yourself of the Dwarf Fortress experience to a degree. Now, if you're not playing it as a story generator in the way that the game is most, like, in the way that the game is designed to be played to a degree, and if you are just focusing on numbers and stats, and like DFX does this too, where you can effectively just ignore everything that makes Dwarf Fortress cool and play it purely as a numbers game. But then you miss out on this, which is what makes the game cool. So you could totally say that the game is better for you, but just realize that especially if you're recommending a new player use it, there is a legitimate argument to be made that you are ruining and robbing yourself of the coolest parts of Dwarf Fortress. So, you know. Hey chat, you like mugs? Because we're about to have a new mug for sale. Should you start with adventure mode or fort mode? I think you should start with whichever mode is more interesting to you. Now I see where it got saved. And the fort, it looks big. Hold on a second. I'm doing something behind the scenes, but that's the front entrance. And then beneath it is a drain, and above it, well, not above it, but right there at the end of it is a lava geyser system, which is pretty effective, actually. Also, I should go down here and open this up. Here, I'll let it play so you guys aren't just staring at a game doing nothing. Any big projects in this fort? Well, currently I'm sort of just trying to become a mountain home. But we have a gremlin who's a duke. So maybe make a gremlin into a king? If I could try. If I could possibly pull that off. I may have to assassinate a bunch of kings. But, you know. trying to think of a pun. So chat, in a few seconds, I'm gonna have a limited edition holiday mug. Pungent Miasma is my new grindcore band. Bang. There you go. If anybody's interested in a holiday-themed mug, it's it. Shoutouts to Cooler for just finishing it. Should also just do this. Boom. There you go. That's it. Tis mug. There's 15-ounce version, which is bigger mug, and then there's big version, which is biggest mug. It's got snow skulls on it. Who doesn't like a snow skulls? Well, Vile Forest of Goblins have arrived. Also, it's raining, which means there's probably a lot of obsidian appearing in there. Where are these goblins? Ah. They're all the way down there. Dr. Phineas is giving away 5 holiday edition mugs in the Twitch chat. If you type in !enter, you are entered to win one of 5 mugs. Also, holy shit, dude. That is a lot of mugs. Thank you very much for your generosity. Happy holidays, I think? They beat you? I mean, no one's stopping you. So hopefully that gets closed in a moment. Disc. Okay, I just need to get my squads outside so that when these goblins inevitably arrive, the rattlesnake also dies. I feel like rattlesnakes are naturally agitated, so that very much checks out. Bit of lag. What's going on? What the heck is causing this lag? That's curious. I'm sorry, seriously? Uh-oh. I have a suspicion. So, we're under attack by elves riding giant snails. All right, dwarves, get the fucking... Holy shit. Okay, so, let me scroll up here. Fui, JR, Darius, Jezza, Real Gamer Cow, and Hiker Jag. I think that's everybody. Congratulations, you've all just won mugs. Dwarves, get the hell back inside, please. Please, 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 please. Havoc has gone berserk. What? Oh my god. Turning on the burrow made Havoc go berserk. Cyrolac is gifting an additional mug. If you would like a chance to win an additional mug. Man, that's a damn shame. Goblins are fighting with elves up here. I'm seeing giant snails dying and teeth appearing. The goblins are leaving. Man, that blows, dude. He was trying to get an item that was too far away. So Havoc is no longer with us. And the lag currently is coming from all of the elves on the map somewhere. There ain't too much I can do. Can you get 2 letters? Chat, type in 2 letters. You thought the point of a mount was to go fast? Well, it depends. I've also seen them riding giant slugs, which is equally funny. Okay, so there's part of me that's really tempted to just kind of send my squads in here. But, you know, honestly, FF checks out. And Whitcode won the last mug out of the giveaway. So I'm not sure where the frame rate disconnect is coming in here, but it's certainly coming in somewhere. There may actually just be like a trillion missed jobs somewhere, so let's see. Can't fell tree, reason Crundle. Yeah, fair. Brew anything? Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing any crazy numbers. Could that be it, maybe? Nope. No, it's not that. I would like to figure out what it is. I'll bet you... Okay, actually, hold on. Let's try this. Okay, so it is the elves that's doing it. It's not me. So what I need to do... I think I'm going to use DF hack to unexist this goblin. Nope, that's not the problem. So then probably what's happening is there's a goblin who's trying to retreat and stuck in a tree. I presumed it was that goblin, but let's see. Nope. No, it certainly doesn't seem to be the case. Huh. What about you? Huh. Oh, is that it? Nope, frame rate's still going down. It might have just been a giant cardinal with analysis paralysis. Wow, Celestaris is no longer haggard. Going to prison actually killed this dwarf's constant trauma, which is kind of nuts. Okay, here come the elves. Or at least some of the elves. It's going to be a pretty good opportunity for me to train my soldiers. Oh, there's one. Did I create that lava channel? Yes. You know, that was me swapping out water in my local river for lava. Which is fun, because every time it rains, it gets more obsidian in it. But yes, I did make it myself. Okay, so let's set these dwarves to this. If there's any more elves on the map, we'll find them. But yeah, any lava flows you see are things I made. Let's let this fill up some more. It's got a ways to go.
Woo.
Woo? Woo. Gloves, thank you very much for the 24th month. That's a goddamn long time. Thank you much. 24 whole months. This elf brought us some free books. The Forest and Beyond, specifically, and The Forest in Practice. You must be very well practiced in the forest. Chat. We have 2 giant cave spiders. Do I have a breeding pair of giant cave spiders? So that's a male one. Hopefully the other one's an email one. 2 male giant cave spiders. Fuck. Sad. Big sad. Much sad. Although, it did finally happen. We caught an agitated guinea pig. Oh, what's the slab? That's the slab with the secrets of life and death that I think a giant brought us. Oh, that's fucking funny, man. Gloves, thanks for the 24 months. It's a huge amount of time. Appreciate you. Oh, shit. There's a dwarf stuck in here. Okay, to explain this, is there a punchline to this joke, Junior? Because you do realize you just broke one of the only rules this channel has, right? I need to see the humor in this, or you're just going to get timed out forever. Uh-oh. Dwarf, are you good? Yeah, you're fine. You have like 10. Five. I mean, if you meant arachnophobic, that's cool. Trying to, like, figure out the thing, because, like, that's not an acceptable trait to have if you're going to be a member of this channel. If avail? If avail. I mean, there are dwarves that are available. Well, it's because we have 2 male spiders, so I can't make baby spiders. And if that's it, I'll just say that joke's in poor taste. Come on, man. I am in fact disappointed that I can't breed my spiders. But it doesn't really give you license to just say we are homophobic now. I don't know. Try and make jokes in better taste, dude. Come on. What kind of dwarf would you like, Genose? Let's leave it at that, Hog. They know they said a dumb. Allow them to say a dumb. We'll move on from there. If they say another dumb, I'm watching. Without it killing someone, because I've trained it. I set it to be trained. Victor von Bad Meme in the YouTube chat. I went into this screen. Or, well, not that screen. I went into this screen. And I'll use a Crundle as an example. Hit train. And then once it showed up as trained in my pet screen, then I assigned it to the chain. Because I have 2 spiders. Or mare if possible. Well, they're both ladies. Rather, the mayor is a lady. Captain of the guard is a lady. Chief medical dwarf is named. Bookkeeper is named. Which one would you want? It's okay. We'll give you a pass on this one, Philly Jr. Also, I need to make my my gremlin happy. No beard mayor? You want mayor? Okay, you can have the mayor. Which may or may not be the last thing you get. She has an utterly languid pace of easy living, calm and slow, and never the slightest bit cheerful about anything. You sound like upper management. I'm legally blind, severely visually impaired. Hold on, you can't see what I see. How the heck do you know what I see? Also, that's 2 in one day that have accused me of not being blind. You're amusing to me. Don't go around calling out invisible disabilities as not true, because you have no idea. That's all. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and is conflicted by this as she considers tranquility to be preferable to tumult conceptually. Is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She is a pessimist and she does not... I lost my spot. Where was I? She is a pessimist and she does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, positive sentiments. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. And she tends to think before acting and tends to be passive in discussions. Generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and isn't given to flights of fancy. Prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible, and is slow to trust others. Is somewhat quarrelsome, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. She taps her feet when there's a lull in conversation, and talks to inanimate objects when she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, doesn't really care about anything anymore. Well, hello, Wardens. Because legally I am severely visually impaired, and legally blind is easier to say than legally severely visually impaired. It's just less syllables. Really? Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Like, someone could just be really nearsighted and be considered legally blind if they don't have glasses on, right? Or, like, in my case, I'm nearsighted, but I also have visual field disabilities, right? So, like, this eye don't work, this eye has tunnel vision. Like, there's a lot of jobs I can't do because I'm considered a danger to myself. Like, I had a hard as hell time in high school getting jobs. Because, like, a lot of the things that a lot of teenagers go and do that require no experience, things like flagging, stuff like that, they just won't hire me. Same with a lot of factory jobs. I got fired from a job once because my eyes were bad enough, which means they just stopped scheduling me. She personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, believes that the acquisition and use of power over others is the ideal goal in life, worthy of the highest respect. Believes that freedom and independence are completely non-negotiable and would have the world fight to defend them. Values tranquility and a peaceful day. Finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. And finds friendship burdensome and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes andesite, bismuth bronze, and gold opal. Cardinal leather. Water buffalo horn, cotton fabric, and the color red. Cows for their hunting moose, and when possible prefers to consume swamp whiskey and pearl mullet flour. And hates snails. Life sucks, but you know what? We get through it. Fooey Jr. It's okay. Usually I'm parenting YouTube users, Max Morris. Your child is, or was, Telenartho, who's passed away quite some time ago. And you worship the god of beauty. You're a member of the Fragrant Doctrine and the Cloudy Company, which is the Farmers Guild. And you're praying to your god currently. Guess we finally dug up this dwarf's body. What? Oh, I see the problem here. It's the issues with the trees caving in. Great, we're fighting with giant thrips and angry guinea pigs. Well, that's kind of amusing. Fortunately, giant thrips, super weak. Angry guinea pigs, also kind of weak. Turns out. If there was a type of surgery that could make my vision better, living in a country where we have free healthcare, I would have gotten that, wouldn't I? No. No, there is no surgery that can make my vision better. You cannot fix visual field, you cannot fix a retina. We do not have the technology. And before somebody asks, because it's inevitable at this point, yes, my vision gets worse every year. Yes, it sucks. Yes, my life is horrible. Let's not talk about this anymore. Because I'm getting very, very tired of explaining to people, no, my vision can't be fixed. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. If your eyes work properly, just be thankful that they do. That's all. Space Potate, thank you very much for that 5-pack of gift subs. Means a lot, mate. Just want to see how Stormwolf is doing. Very bored dwarf.
"27 is bigger than 26, but smaller than 28.
Your colonist shot a thrips in the wing with a bone bolt. Yeah, that'll kill a dwarf. That'll kill a thrips. Taronil, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Deep Space, thanks for the 27th month. Means a lot, mate. Today's been kind of nuts. I'm not gonna lie. That's good. Dying is definitely a negative on your long-term life prospects. Napalm the miner's been found dead. What? Spud, the ghostly weaponsmith, is following Rem. No scaring. Gremlin. Spud, why you gotta do this to me? If you need to ask that question and apologize while you're asking it, why are you feeling the need to ask it? No, I can't get a driver's license. I could in certain countries that don't require eye tests, but I don't feel like moving to India, so I'm okay. It's my lava
Cheese
reservoir.
for everyone.
It's my lava cheese for everyone. It's my lava reservoir, yeah. It took kind of way too long to build because it goes through an aquifer, but it was worth it. It looks cool. Actually, you. Let's see, do I have any other things engraved? Yeah, no, it's all good. Just because I respond to something grumpily doesn't mean I'm not willing to answer it. Just scanning for ghosts. All right, well. What I should really do is just put a Crundle back here. That's really what we should do. Because I would rather get these guys making webs than this guy making webs. Because I can't actually use the stuff that this guy makes. The thing is, I don't really want to program like all of my personal medical history into a bot. Another were-camel has arrived. This one's named Dostin God Zamus Yukoskolsma Zomlus Mot. Has come a very large camel twisted into humanoid form. It's crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow amber. And also because there are days where questions like this come up, and the only thing that I really ever want to say to it is, it's none of your fucking business. And that is a lot of the time. This thing's been killing stuff since the year 700. And it's going to immediately kill one of my soldiers, I think. Yep. Okay, well. Boy, oh boy. This dwarf. I'm presuming you've been bit. Yep. Just kind of hoping that it kills you. Oh, it's falling. Kicks, shakes. Have you been bit? You got missed a whole bunch. Okay, that was Grey Langers that you were fighting with back there. Miss, 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 miss. Sweet. Simply misses. The Twilight of Furs. where creature falls down. Giant Thrips is what you were fighting. Strikes at you, but he misses. How about you? Camel jumps away. Miss. Kicks. Miss, 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 miss. Attacks. Miss, miss, miss. It jumps away. Miss, miss, miss. Mark's Dwarf's knocked over. The Were-Camel jumps away. Bolt gets hit. It tears its heart, lodged firmly in the wound. Were-Camel attacks the Militia Captain, but she jumps away. The creature says, I've improved my miscellaneous object. He's wielding a sock and a bolt, which is kind of amazing. Misses. Attacks several times. Jumps out of the way of another bolt. I've improved my dodging, he says. Strikes at a goblin with a sock, doing not much of value. I'm sorry, what? He's equipped something with a name. Oh. Were-Camel kicks the Militia Captain in the upper back teeth and with his right foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well, just karate kicked something out his teeth out of his mouth. I'll pause the game when the ads hit. Strikes the Militia Captain in the head. The attack was deflected by his steel helm because he's hitting him with a sock. Were-Camel strikes at the shot, was blocked with a shield, probably. Strikes him in the lower leg, but he misses. Strikes. Shot was blocked twice. Were-Camel grabs something, but loses... Oh, I see. Loses hold of the pigtail sock. Were-Camel attacks him. Were-Camel bites the dwarf that was already bit in the eye. Who is this dwarf who's now seriously injured and bleeding? We're going to wait until the ads are done. I like to think he's wearing the sock on his hand and using it like brass knuckles, but sock knuckles. You always see a new sprite. I mean, I keep realizing that I've never seen beavers in premium. Can you overthrow the king and put the gremlin in charge? I mean, so the way it works is... Actually, you're probably in an ad. I'll wait until that ad's done. It would probably require exterminating a good portion of the faction. Oh, okay, you can still hear me. Well, simply put, the answer is yes, we could theoretically make him into the king, but then I would need to kill the king, the entire family related to the king, or queen, I actually haven't looked, and then remove every other possible heir. And they may or may not be even locatable in fort mode, so... The answer is maybe. It's theoretically possible. Will I actually be able to do it? I don't know. So he's bit that dwarf again. Bites him again and is shaking him around. But the Were-Camel shakes him around and his lower spine has collapsed. The bit dwarf has been found dead. The Were-Camel says, "Death, I feel very uneasy." Look what you've done. Flying bolt hits him in the leg, chipping the bone. The Were-Camel falls over. Keeps attacking the dwarves. Another bolt hits him in the arm, which chips the bone. And it pulls the right arm. The Were-Camel bites the Mark's dwarf in the right hand. Well, it certainly wasn't the wrong hand. Question is, oh, there he is. Oh, sorry, no, the attack was deflected by the Iron Gauntlet. So he's actually fine. Got bit, but he's fine because he had gauntlets on. Gauntlet of Legends, even. The creature says, I've improved my biting. That was satisfying. Well, that's terrifying. Were-Camel scrambles. Were-Camel bites the Mark's dwarf in the left foot. Now, there you go. So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, good dwarf. Strikes at him, but the shock was blocked by shields multiple times. The wrestler strikes the Were-Camel in the foot with Shame Bem. Wrestler latches on firmly. Our camel breaks the hold of the dwarf's teeth on his foot. Dwarf strikes him in the foot with a shield again. Were camel misses several times. Were camel attacks and jumps away. The wrestler strikes the were camel in the leg with a steel shield, bruising it. Strikes at the dwarf who's been bit. Iron bolt hits him, which chips the bone. Man, this is the longest night we've had in a minute. Just looking for bites. Bites the wrestler. Whoops. Bites the wrestler in the upper arm. Creature's bleeding heavily. Dwarf strikes it repeatedly. Gets several misses in. And just like that, he collapses. But I got 2 seriously injured dwarves who've been bit. I don't think you got bit. Let me just double check. Okay, he got hit in the head, which hurt his spine. Or hurt her spine, I think. Ay. No, its body doesn't transform back after the full moon. It stays dead in the form that it died in. Spud, the weaponsmith, has been laid to rest. Strikes. Oh, I see. This dwarf jumped out of the way and slammed into the ground. This dwarf jumped off of a cliff to get away from the fighting. This one, however, has been bit. And then where's the other one? Oops, wrong screen. Yeah, if you're talking about the... I was presuming they were talking about the death sprite, but... Yeah, they maintain the death sprite until their body's done decaying. That is correct. So this dwarf is technically still patrolling. I don't know what to do with it. Did you just go all the way over here to grab that dwarf's lunch? You just took your dead comrade's lunch? That's kind of fucked, man. Like, kind of a rude thing to do, I think. All right. I'm gonna say this, chat. I want to go play some Stalker. I already ate a sandwich. I know you're talking about that dwarf, but I already ate. It's fine. Don't you pester me. I think this is a problem for tomorrow me, because current me doesn't want to deal with it. I may just lock the door and leave this dwarf outside until he starves to death. Although I don't think he will. All right. I think I'm going to say this, chat. We're going to go play some Stalker. It's 5:20 right now. We've been streaming Dwarfs now for 7 hours and 15 minutes. I think it's time for us to go change the scenery around here and play some Stalker. If you're sticking around for some Stalker, I don't know, could I get a round of beers? If you're not, that's okay, but I would greatly appreciate it if you keep the stream up, because that helps me a lot in the long run. Otherwise, we will see you guys tomorrow for more Dwarfs. That being said, we're not quite done with Stalker for the day. I need to go download my Stalker thumbnail again, apparently. I left it on my disconnected hard drive, which is at the other end of my apartment right now. Because I would like to go play some Stalker too. I need to let him in so he can acquire an object, though? You mean so he can acquire the throats of my dying dwarves as they're screaming for help? Totally. All right, close that, close that. Pop over to here. Trying to do like a Too Fast, Too Furious. But I can't think of anything better, so I don't know, rate my Twitch title. Investments actually decide to grace you with a win again? Yeah, it happens sometimes. What, have you been on a loss streak for a bit or something?